and public. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm the House Chair of this committee and delighted to represent House District 102, the wonderful community of Freeport. We will begin our day this morning with committee introductions, and today I will start over to my left with Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. Matthew McIntyre, representative for House District 18. Today's shout out goes to deploys.
Good morning, Representative Valley Geiger, District 42, Rockland, most of Owl's Head, and the islands of North Haven, Cree Haven, Matinicus, and the Muscle Ridge.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster from Dexter, representing District 32.
Hi, I'm Representative Chris Kessler, representing part of South Portland and a smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Good morning, Nicole Grahowski. I represent Senate District 7, which is 22 communities in Hancock and Knox counties.
Good morning. My name is Kilton Webb, representative for House District 98, which is Ulladurum, Pownal, and parts of Bowdoin, Lisbon, and Thompson.
Howdy, my name is Nate Wadsworth. I represent House District 82, Southern Oxford County. And Madam Chair, you may want to keep an eye on a few members of the audience this morning,
But we do have Representative Rente joining us by Zoom. Representative Rente, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, good morning. My name is Jerry Rente and I represent House District 146.
Thank you for everyone for being here this morning. Thanks for the warning, Rep. Wadsworth. So this morning we will be having two public hearings this morning. We will go in order as printed, LD 2038 and then LD 2153. We'll take a quick break in order to rearrange the room. Then we'll be having a work session at 11:30 on LD 1936, and that will bring us to lunch. Committee members, I want to also advise you that the draft GEA letters from our last week's review of the Telecommunications Relay Services Council were emailed to you, plus there is a draft. We will be addressing this after the work session this afternoon. So I just wanted to let you know that it's there. So, on your lunchtime, things like that, you can take a look. All right. Great. So with that, we will open up the public hearing on LD 2038, an act to require main transmission and distribution utility participation in a regional transmission organization. And with that, we will invite up our colleague, Representative Chris Kessler. Good morning, sir.
Good morning once again. Representative Sachs and members of my awesome committee. I'm here to introduce LD 2038, which is an act to require main transmission and distribution utility participation in a regional transmission organization. So I'm presenting LD 2038 in partnership with the Office of the Public Advocate. This legislation offers a straightforward statutory change that would begin delivering electric bill savings to Maine ratepayers as early as January of 2027. For some background, since the 1990s, federal policy has allowed utilities that voluntarily participate in a regional transmission organization, such as ISO New England, to receive a 0.5% return on equity adder. More recently, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, also known as FERC, has concluded that this incentive is not justified in states where participation in an RTO is required under state law. That conclusion has been affirmed over the past year by the U.S. appeals courts. As a result, ratepayers in states where utilities are required to be members of an RTO benefit from lower costs. Our proposal would make membership in ISO New England by our investor-owned transmission utilities mandatory as a matter of state law. The OPA would then petition FERC during the next annual transmission rate-making proceeding to remove the return on equity bonus. Making our IOU membership mandatory under state law would just allow FERC to remove the adder on their rate of return. Passage of this legislation would allow Maine ratepayers to realize savings related to the equity adder of more than $2 million starting next year. Because transmission costs are largely shared across the ISO New England region, the magnitude of savings for Maine customers will be greatest if other New England states adopt comparable policies. Connecticut has already taken a significant step in this direction by enacting similar legislation in 2025. I can also tell you that over the course of the past year, I'm going off script, that when I was at an NCEL conference over the summer doing a presentation about transmission, I was able to speak to other lawmakers throughout New England, and there's certainly interest from all of the folks that I met to pass a similar law in their states. So the work is ongoing. Given the urgency of electricity affordability issues, this is a simple and easy solution that will have an immediate impact. The public advocate will present more details on the estimated savings resulting from this bill, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Representative Kessler, for bringing this bill forward. Any questions at this time? Representative Wadsworth and then Representative Webb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why is the emergency preamble needed on this bill?
Well, the sooner the better. I do not know exactly the timing that the public advocate would need, but I would defer to the public advocate on the exact urgency of the emergency.
Representative Webb, you were next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned Connecticut. Are there any other states in ISO New England that are considering doing something like this?
Yeah, so I'm not up to date on every single state's status, but I can tell you that I've been in conversations with lawmakers from New Hampshire and Massachusetts. And also I can say through the grapevine that the other public advocates are in discussions about this as well. So.
Thank you. Additional questions at this time for Representative Kessler? We'll have the public advocate come up next. Seeing none, thank you so much
Thanks.
for your testimony. Representative Paul, good morning. Would you like to introduce yourself before we hear from the public advocate?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Reagan Paul. I represent House District 37 in Waldo County.
Thank you. And so with that, we'd like to invite up the public advocate to testify on this bill as the impacted agency, or the, as you said, the partner with Representative Kessler.
Thanks so much. Representative Sachs, members of the committee, as you know, I'm Heather Sanborn here today as your public advocate. I don't want to read all of my testimony because it is perhaps not surprisingly just like Representative Kessler's testimony, but I want to emphasize that this is a really unique opportunity to just take some low-hanging affordability fruit, and that it doesn't actually change any facts on the ground other than that transmission owners would not receive an extra 5.5% return on equity that they've been getting as an incentive for a thing that they are in practicality not going to be able to choose to exit. They are part of ISO New England. They're going to remain part of ISO New England. And this just removes this sort of pointless federal incentive for them to join. So I will direct your attention to the savings numbers on the back of my testimony. And we've run them. This is just what that bonus return on equity amount is in 2026 for each of the transmission owners in ISO New England. It amounts to a bonus return on equity of $57 million. Maine's share of that, because Maine only pays about 9% of the transmission costs in the region. Maine's share of that total amount is about 5.2 million. That's the furthest right column. And if only Maine and Connecticut eliminate this, then the savings is about $2.1 million. What we really need for the most bang for our buck is for Massachusetts to join us. And as Representative Kessler indicated, we are in discussions with the the offices of consumer advocates in other New England states, encouraging them, providing them with our model language in order to encourage them to pass this same legislation. And then that savings would flow to Maine ratepayers when they can get that across the finish line. I'll answer Representative Wadsworth's question about the urgency of the bill. In electricity rate making, everything takes an enormous amount of time. And so the way that rates are determined by FERC is through what's called the formula rate setting process. And those formula rates are being filed. I don't know the exact timeline. There's someone else in our office who handles that, but they're filed sort of early in the year and then worked on and approved by the fall in order to go into effect in January of 2027. And so that process will be underway shortly. And we need to be able to have time at the OPA to petition to remove this equity bonus from their formula as it applies to the Maine-based transmission owners before the next set of rates are approved. So that's why we put the emergency preamble on here. We think this is one of those bills where we thank the people of Ohio and a couple of other states who led the way in testing this concept of whether FERC would go along with removing the bonus. They have. And so now it's time for us to just enact this bill and make sure that Mainers benefit in the same way that ratepayers of other states have done so and have led the way in testing this theory.
Thank you. Any additional any questions for the public advocate, Representative McIntyre and then Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You indicated that you're having exploratory conversations with your counterparts in other states beyond Connecticut. How's their reception been?
Really good. I think everybody recognizes this is a thing that should happen. I think it's a question of allocation of resources and priorities and sort of where folks are in their legislative cycles in terms of putting the bill forward. I imagine that Representative Kessler has had a similar response from his lawmaker colleagues as I have from my consumer advocate colleagues. Nobody's opposed to this. It's just a question of how you get it done and how quickly you can get it done.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Public Advocate Sanborn, for being here. So one of my questions is Massachusetts, who would obviously their ratepayers would stand to gain quite a bit more than state of Maine ratepayers that were involved here. Why? I'm surprised that they didn't, if not lead this effort, at least follow Connecticut quite quickly. Can you tell us if you know why they haven't jumped on this already?
I really can't. I don't know much about the internal politics of, the workings of the Massachusetts, ratepayers, advocates, as well as their PUC or those kinds of things. I will say there was a lot of support for this bill. I think you'll hear it behind me, and it could have come from many different corners of Maine government. I think the PUC and the department are going to come behind me to testify in favor. And all of us were talking about this. It's been it's popped on to people's radar just in the last 12 months because of the actions that FERC took, and then the two courts of appeals upholding those actions, which were appealed by the transmission owners in those other states, saying you can't remove this, it's federal law. And FERC said, oh, yes, we can. It's mandatory under state law. There's no voluntariness here. And then that was upheld. So now there's going to be this trend, I think, across the country. And I can't speak to the specific timing in Massachusetts as to when they will be able to get that to work with their legislature.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, one other question. Although, of course, Maine's savings is proportional to our ratepayer population, if you will.
Yep.
And I'm not sure it's made clear, but I was reading, I'm asking this question to clarify, because of our percentage of participation in the ISO New England costs, are we already benefiting from this because Connecticut is in it? Maine ratepayers, in other words, whether the bill passes or not, do we already qualify as seeing some benefits from the fact that other states are participating?
It's a great question. I do not believe that the Connecticut legislation passed in time for it to be taken into account in the 2026 formula rates, which are what are reflected here. But presumably, if we do nothing, Connecticut will still petition to have that cost removed from the 2027 formula rates. So next year, we would benefit from Connecticut having made this fixed. But we haven't yet benefited from Connecticut making this fixed because of the timing.
Okay. Thank you. Additional questions for the public advocate? Representative Paul.
Thank you, and I apologize if I missed this in the beginning when Representative Kessler was testifying, so if it's redundant, apologies. I'm just wondering, maybe a big picture question of how this bill interacts with a bill I know New Hampshire passed investigating maybe leaving ISO New England altogether. How do these coincide?
I think if the legislature at some future time wanted to direct our utilities to leave ISO New England or investigate leaving ISO New England, this bill doesn't preclude that. You could do that, and then there would have to be a legislative change to say leave. But I think that the question that this sort of answers is, would the utilities leave on their own without the action of the state telling them to leave? And I think there's no chance that that would happen. In fact, the legislature might respond negatively right now if a utility would unilaterally decide to do that. So certainly if at some point there's some policy indication that we should pull out of ISO New England, and frankly, we have some concerns about some of the policies and market rules in ISO, but the alternative doesn't exist that we think is better than that right now. So putting this in place still allows the legislature in the future to direct some other course of action. It's easily undoable, but we shouldn't pay for it in the meantime. I think that's the message here.
Follow up.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, apologies if it's already been covered, but is there anything in current statute that precludes utilities in Maine right now from participating in RTOs?
Oh, absolutely not. No,
Okay.
they already do participate,
Okay.
but they're not required to participate. And therefore, under federal law, they're given extra money as a thank you for participating voluntarily. But that's been going on for now decades, and that seems like a waste of money to me.
Okay, and just another follow-up.
Very quick
Yeah,
follow-up.
absolutely. So on that vein, if there's nothing stopping from the utilities from joining right now, and if the prevailing theory is this does reduce costs, why have they not done it already? Why do they need a mandate to do that if it is beneficial for the ratepayer?
Right. So the way the federal law is structured is that utilities, but transmission owners are entitled to an automatic 0.5% increase in their return on equity unless state law mandates that they be part of the RTO. And this is a relatively new way of reading that federal statute, but has been tested in the courts and is, has been upheld.
All set. Thank you. Representative McIntyre, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a history lesson for me, reviewing your testimony. Can you point me in the direction of who within the FERC recently made this analysis? Because it states that it was on the book since the 90s, but it uses the term recently. Do you have a point in time where that was determined?
So just over the last, I think the first time that FERC removed the equity bonus was either in 2022 or 2023 in response. And I think it was Ohio, has had on the books for a long time that its utilities had to be mandatory members of the RTO. But then went and petitioned FERC to say, therefore, remove the equity adder. There's already a state law that says they have to be members of the RTO. Why would you give them a bonus? It's not voluntary. And FERC agreed.
Okay.
And who is FERC? FERC is a number of commissioners, right? Just like our PUC, There are federal commissioners on FERC, and they made that determination. It was challenged by those transmission owners who stood to lose that 0.5% adder, and then upheld in federal courts.
Thank you for filling in the timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the public advocate at this time? Seeing none, we thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Just a little housekeeping for this and any other bill. If you wish to testify, we do invite you to sign up over at the window under the post-it or which bill you'd like. And again, we invite you to sit due to our fire code. Come on in. So after that, we will move next to proponents of the bill. We'll invite up Carolyn Cullen from DOER next. After that will be Deirdre Schneider, then Alf Anderson.
Good morning, Representative Sachs and members of the committee. My name is Caroline Cullen, Legislative Liaison for the Department of Energy Resources. And I'll also skip some of that initial background that you've heard, but talk a little bit about our sort of knowledge of this issue. So it's not a new issue. It's actually been one that the state of Maine has been advocating at FERC to address over the last several years through its participation in the New England States Committee on Electricity, or NESCO. NESCO is a nonprofit entity that advocates for the priorities of the 6 New England states on regional electricity matters. And Phil Bartlett, the chair of the commission, is actually the current chair of NESCO. So in several letters, NESCO has urged FERC over the years to limit this incentive, either to a finite period of years, such as, the first 3 years that a utility joins the RTO, or to end it altogether. And it highlighted the potential savings to ratepayers. So following recent court rulings on this topic, utility regulators from 35 states, including Maine, and the regional state committees representing retail regulators in all 4 of the FERC jurisdictional multi-state RTOs sent another letter to FERC, urging it to finally eliminate the incentive altogether, arguing that it, quote, is not just unreasonable to continue granting the incentive in perpetuity. Again, this was following those court decisions that have been upheld. This letter also argued that the Federal Power Act does not require RTO incentives to take the form of this return on equity adder, further supporting a change in the policy from the status quo. We are glad that Representative Kessler and the public advocate have put forward this approach to address this issue, given FERC's failure to act on ending this. Other New England state legislatures we've heard are also seeking to pass similar bills to drive cost reductions. And if several states succeed in passing this language, the cost reductions to the region will be greater. I think we'll note that while there's no silver bullet to addressing energy affordability, this proposal is a good example of a straightforward, low-lift change that can be made to chip away millions of dollars that show up on our bills. And we, along with the public advocate and the PUC, remain committed to engaging at the regional level, as well as in the state level, to scrutinize these various different costs that arise in the region and advocate for efficiencies like this where possible. So we urge you to support the bill.
Thank you very much. Questions at this time for Ms. Cullen? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Cullen, for being here. So in looking at this bill and whether it should pass or not, right? But more importantly, what relief we gain from it for our ratepayers, it's very apparent that the rest of ISO New England members can offer our main ratepayers even more significant savings should they join. When we look at those other states, especially Massachusetts, Connecticut, and we look at their eye that they have on the state of Maine for increasing generation through solar and wind, what have you, for the ISO New England supply, who has the leverage, if you will, to put some pressure on those states? Whether it's, I think the public advocate mentioned there's some concerns about ISO New England and how they run things and whatever, their rules, or it's just simply getting this legislation through other states. Who has the leverage among our departments in regard to being able to put some pressure on to try to get this benefit passed in other states for our main ratepayers? Is it Department of Energy? Is it the PUC only? Is it,
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative Foster. I think there's we've been trying over the years, sort of multiple approaches via, the letters from NESCO and from the other regional state committees advocating directly at FERC for this change. I think there's still a possibility that FERC itself could make a decision that sort of agree with the court decisions and be more clear about this or change that policy. For example, that, maybe you could still have an incentive, but they could decide that, the incentive would expire after 3 years, or they could decide that the incentive is some other type of incentive that's not a return on equity bonus. But since that hasn't happened to date, I think for one, our state in Connecticut, I think the other states seeing that there's some action on this particular approach and that it moves through, in particular if it moves through quickly, I think that'll encourage the other states. So I think, we'll continue to advocate to the other state energy offices and Commissioner Bartlett, who's now the chair of NESCO. I know he's been writing on this topic for many years, so I think he'll continue to advocate through NESCO with the commissioners. So I think, and Public Advocate Sanborn's also advocating through her channels as well. So I think all three of us are continuing to push on this issue via our different channels. But I think this is a great next step. And I think there'll be some momentum if us and Connecticut pass this as the different legislative schedules in the other states come through.
Follow-up, Representative?
Thank you. So I guess I'd ask if you agree or if you will look at the opportunity to leverage the fact that these other states who are in ISO New England want to install thousands of acres of solar and many more onshore wind farms in the state of Maine because of the availability of open spaces that they may not have. If you think that that's an opportunity for our departments, Department of Energy and PUC at least, and Public Advocate to kind of, I won't use the word strong arm, but at least persuade some of these states that want to take advantage of that to join this if indeed Maine does.
Yeah, I think it's really helpful to have the table that the Public Advocate provided. I think that's a really good illustration of how this compounds for all of our states, especially if we work together. So I think we could definitely consider writing a letter from our department to the departments in the other states and, provide this table and say, we would really urge you to, copy this legislation. It's low lift, if the legislature supports it, we had good support. We highly encourage you to do this too.
Additional questions at this time from seeing none. Thanks so much for your testimony. I'd like to invite up next Deirdre Schneider from the PUC. After that will be Alf Anderson and then Seth Berry. And good morning.
Representative Sachs and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities and Technology. My name is Deirdre Schneider, testifying in support of LD 2038 on behalf of the Public Utilities Commission. Most of my testimony is pretty duplicative of everyone else. I will give a little more detail on some of the court cases of their findings that might be helpful for the discussion. So as stated, several states, including Connecticut, have enacted legislation like 2038, which requires utilities to participate in an RTO. As a result of these laws, there have been legal challenges, and in those cases, the law was upheld. In the Ninth Circuit, they held that California's mandate for utility participation in an RTO was not preempted by federal law, as it did not make compliance with both state and federal law impossible, nor did it frustrate the purpose of the Federal Power Act. The court also found that the best reading of Section 219C, which is in the Federal Power Act, is that the incentive adder is intended to induce voluntary RTO membership, and that an incentive cannot induce conduct that is already legally required. Similarly, the Sixth Circuit also found that an Ohio law requiring participation was not federally preempted. The utilities in that case did request the Supreme Court to overturn the Sixth Circuit decision, but the Supreme Court declined to hear the case. I think, as Caroline mentioned too, through NESCO, a letter was sent to FERC urging them to either get rid of the incentive altogether or to limit its duration, and not have it go on in perpetuity. Other than that, I think everything else the public advocate and the DOER mentioned in their testimony. So I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide additional information for the work session.
Thank you so much. Questions at this time? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Schneider, for being here. So when we look at this, obviously, if this bill passes, our utilities are going to look at a reduction, if you will, in profit, their profit margin. Is it where I understand that that money actually is allowed to go? So, and obviously from other states, they are realizing more money if other states join in this than main ratepayers are providing. My question is, do you see that that may have an effect on future rate cases for the PUC if these monies are reduced? And I know that they have a certain maximum profit that they may be able to attain. My understanding is, for the most part, they don't always attain that, usually don't. I'm just wondering how the PUC would see that maybe affecting the utilities and what the future might look like for them if they lose these funds out of their profit versus what main ratepayers, what PUC is seeing in future rate cases.
I would have to talk to some others about if we think that would have an effect, because we're talking about sort of the transmission component. This is the FERC jurisdictional stuff. So that profit is regarding their transmission. So whether, I mean, their revenue requirement to uphold the distribution system is their revenue requirement. So just because they've lost some bonus that they got at FERC, it shouldn't necessarily raise our distribution rates. I don't think that that would have a negative effect. Maybe they have a little more, less cash flow. Maybe the shareholders get a little less money, depending on how that adder is given to the utility. I mean, I think it's through their return on equity. So I don't think that that would have an effect, but I would double check with our rate case experts if I'm wrong, and I can bring that back if I am.
Quick follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it is an income source,
Right.
right? It's part of the income stream, if you will. So I'm guessing there may be some effect, and I'll ask the utilities as well, but
Yeah.
certainly the PUC has a pretty good idea of how that might affect their profit, if you will, and therefore maybe future rate cases.
I mean, I would assume, and again, I'm assuming because I'm not Chair Bartlett, but him part of NESCO, writing to say that we should get rid of this adder or not keep it in perpetuity if there was a concern that would negatively impact distribution rates. I don't think that he would be advocating as strongly for it. But again, I'm not the expert, as it's been said in this committee a couple of times recently, on rate cases. So I will double check with the experts and see if I'm mistaken, I will bring that back for work session.
Representative Paul, not by any member of this committee.
No, not the committee members.
Representative Paul, question?
In the committee room. I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I keep hearing from different people presenting that this bill is similar to the one in Connecticut. Can you tell me how it's different? Or maybe for the work session, come back and maybe the comparison of what this bill does differently than the Connecticut bill that keeps being referenced?
I don't believe it's different. I think Connecticut is doing the same thing. It's making participation mandatory, and therefore, if it's mandatory, then the utilities wouldn't get the adder at FERC. Maybe the language is a little different just because our statutes are structured differently. We use different terminology, but I believe the fundamental functioning of it is the same as what this is doing.
Quick follow-up, Representative Paul.
Thank you. Just maybe for anyone in the room, maybe for the work session, if there are differences that are material, maybe we can see that for the work session, just to compare, contrast, just words matter. If it was identical, I think the words would have been a little bit different in presenting, but if there is something that matters in the language, I would like to know that.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at the Connecticut language and see, like I said, there could be very different in language. Because again, I think the way we define terminology in our statute, the way our structures are different. So there's potential differences, but I'll take a look, and if there's something substantive, we can highlight those.
Yeah. And I do see our public advocate indicating that they will as well. Thank you. Seeing no further
Thank
questions.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. like to invite up Alf Anderson from AARP Maine. After that will be Seth Berry. Per my sign up, those are the last two who are signed up as proponents of LD 2038. So if not, please do sign up. Welcome, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, Representative Sachs, members of the committee. My name is Alf Anderson with AARP Maine. We are a nonpartisan, nonprofit social mission organization with roughly 200,000 members here in the state of Maine. I have nothing new to add to the what has already been said, other than how this would impact those members I just referenced. We have quite a few members here with members of AARP in the state of Maine who are on low and fixed incomes, who could benefit from any kind of cost savings on their ever rising utility bills. So we see this as a common sense change to offer some sort of monthly bill savings for those individuals who tend to be over the age of 50. We obviously see there's potential savings for all families who are ratepayers. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Very briefly, I know that your organization goes across state lines, and I'm just curious whether this bill passes in Maine or not. It looks like there are significant savings available should other states in ISO New England pass this. I'm wondering if there's any cross-state communication between you and others on trying to at least push them to do so.
That's a good question. As I heard you continuing on that same line with previous presenters, I was thinking I probably should have reached out to my colleague John in our Connecticut office, who I'm willing to bet testified in support of their legislation. And as we see how this bill progresses here, I will probably flag it for my colleagues in the other New England states as a way to, again, not to use the word strong arm, but maybe they have a friendly legislator in their state that they could present the language to as a possible future piece of legislation.
Clearly not as friendly as we are, but that's not good. Any other questions for Mr. Anderson at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here this morning. I'd like to invite up Seth Berry as our last proponent of 2038. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator Representative Sachs and committee members. My name is Seth Berry. I live in Bodenham. I'm the executive director of Our Power. We are a small Maine nonprofit that advocates for affordable, reliable, locally controlled power. And I am a former member of this committee, and my understanding is that the bylaws require tribute once each legislature, but if it is once a year, please let me know. I'll take that advice off the record. Our Power strongly supports LD 2038. It represents a long overdue corrective, albeit a small one, to overinflated transmission profits. These overinflated profits accrue to distant owners of monopoly transmission owners, and they are extracted as monopoly rent on captive customers. So we're very grateful for the efforts of the sponsor, the public advocate, and the Department of Energy Resources to bring this idea forward on behalf of Maine and New England ratepayers. You know very well how much is at stake. You've worked hard in a bipartisan way to reduce rates on these captive customers. This committee knows better than most Mainers that Maine rates are too high, and that Maine will continue to needlessly depend on volatile imported fossil fuels for our transportation and other energy, unless electricity stays cheaper than imported alternatives. So Our Power greatly appreciates your often bipartisan work toward affordability over the last year plus. You also know, it's been discussed, regulators set a return on equity at the federal level. At the state level, our regulators here set it on distribution. In Maine, the ROE on distribution is about 9.35%. It is 9.35% for both CMP and Versant. Recently, for CMP, it's been as low as 8.25%. Why does this matter? It matters because it's an approximation of what the cost of capital, in fact, is for equity investment. And some, including former utility Mark Ellis, have advised that actual ROE should be set closer to 6%, that's the true cost of capital. Utilities are a pretty secure investment. Our Power favors a movement in that direction. And just as an example, a 4% reduction in ROE on a $1 billion network, hypothetically, would mean a savings of $40 million per year to customers. So these percentages, even incremental percentage adjustments really matter to captive customers. The feds do set transmission rates far higher than our utility, our regulators here on distribution. And, you know, you've heard those numbers. It's 10.57% right now, again, compared to 9.35%. That does make a big difference, federal versus state. To conclude,
Thank you, Mr. Berry.
the ROE would love to see greater downward pressure on ROE. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I see that you did submit your testimony online, so folks can access it there. Any questions at this time for Mr. Berry? Seeing none, we thank you.
Thank
for
you
your
very
time.
much.
That concludes those who are testifying in favor. I do not have anyone testifying in opposition. I did not see any signups. Ms. Bowman, would you like to come forward from CMP? I will put you down. Thank you. Thank you so much. And welcome, Ms. Bowman. Did not want to deny you the opportunity.
I wish you had. Good morning. I'm Kathleen Bowman from Central Maine Power Company, and you'll see my testimony is extensive. I had very little to do with crafting it. It was written by our FERC council and all kinds of different people. So I'm going to ask, please don't ask me any real questions, and I won't be able to get all the way through it. So I'm going to sort of skip over it. We sort of broke it into a few different parts. The limiting of the PUC's flexibility, I'm going to skip since they strongly support the bill and don't appear to be concerned about losing their flexibility to pull the state out of an RTO, though in the past that has been considered. Back in 2006 and 2009. There were evaluations of exiting ISO New England and the RTO for the New England region. At that time, they decided not to, and they pushed for reforms, but you know, that it's not unheard of that we might consider doing something differently. But I'll move on to the state intrusion into federally regulated rates. So just from our perspective, this is not just a gimme bonus because we, you know, joined the RTO. This was a negotiated deal. The formation of ISO back in 2004, the founding transmission owners, including CMP, negotiated for and FERC approved an RTO participation incentive for voluntarily turning over our operational control of our transmission assets to an ISO New England, a significant departure from standard utility operation up to that point. The incentive rates were negotiated in exchange for the level of operational independence that the RTO wanted in order to operate the regional system, including the grant of rate authority under the Federal Powers Act. I'm going to go through all that. The RTO incentive, which adds 50 basis points, as you've heard, to a participating transmission owner's authorized return on equity, is federally authorized and can't be lawfully removed unilaterally by the state. I recognize this is the first step, but recognize too that then the state would need to go to FERC and make the argument, and FERC would have to agree. The state can't undercut that arrangement just by writing over an already bargained for exchange, which is memorialized in the transmission operating agreement and protected by the filed rate doctrine. I don't know what that is, but I can get you some answers if you are have questions about that. There have been some references to the Ohio and California decisions. Those are fact specific. Those states have a different operation from Maine. Maine's electric market and regulatory framework and the nature of its transmission distribution utilities differ significantly from those in Ohio and California. The preamble of this bill doesn't provide detail on how the facts or legal reasoning for those cases directly apply to Maine's unique circumstances and the creation of ISO New England. So using those out-of-state cases to justify this major changes potentially could lead to some unintended consequences.
Perhaps to your relief, your 3 minutes are up. Is there any last pieces you'd like to say? Ms.
One
Bowman?
thing I just want to raise that you might want to consider for your work session is the applicability to transmission-only utilities. So we're not talking about just CMP and Versant. We're talking about MEPCO, which is a transmission company, and then any other company that were going to come in and operate a transmission line like the Northern Maine project. They would come in, seek a CPCN to be a transmission organization. They would be roped into this as well. And just consider the impacts of that. Happy to take any questions that you have back to my
I do
really
have one,
smart
you
people.
just referenced another entity, and what is that entity? You did use an acronym.
MEPCO, Maine Electric Power Corporation. Corporation.
Heather has it on the chart. MEPCO, there it is. Okay, thank you. Any additional questions for Ms. Bowman? Representative Webb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does participating within ISO New England cost more than whatever benefit is gained from participating for CMP specifically?
I don't know, but I will find out. I will get you an answer for that. I mean, I think from our perspective, it's not so much about are we being reimbursed for things that are happening today? It's more about we made a deal that this was going to be in exchange for giving up that authority and control over our transmission assets at the time.
Additional questions for Ms. Bowman to bring back to the work session? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bowman, for being here. So I'm going to call it the profit that the CMP and Versant, the utilities are allowed to have. My understanding is that PUC basically takes care of setting that rate, although it indicates here that FERC allows an adder, if you will.
Transmission rates are set by FERC.
Right.
And regulated by FERC, distribution by the PUC.
But the profit ceiling, if you will, the cap, they also set that, or is that PUC?
FERC sets.
FERC.
Yep.
And can you tell us in the last, I don't know, how many years, I'll let you take that on, that CMP at least has hit that cap for profit?
I don't know the answer to that, but I mean, literally all these people that drafted this testimony are pinging me. They're testing, trying to FaceTime me right now. But I just got this that said CMP's base ROE is 10.57, as I think former Representative Barry mentioned. And the cap is 11.74, meaning if the transmission organization has incentives, it can go up to 11.74. That's the total cap. I will get you an answer on how often we have reached the cap.
Additional questions, Representative Wadsworth and then Representative Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, Ms. Bowman. So did you say or imply that if this bill passes, that the Northern Maine transmission line, it might hurt the chances of that being constructed?
I wouldn't make that claim, but I would say that it sort of changes the dynamic for people. You know, you go into it thinking, I don't think it's ever get resolved before that project gets going forward, but you go into it with a recognition of what your return is going to be. And if that changes, it may change the interest. You know, you might go and invest your billions of dollars in other state that continues to allow the incentive.
All set, Representative. Thank you. Representative Paul, you had a question?
Thank you. And I guess I'm asking you, but whoever's listening at CMP who wrote the testimony, asked this for the work session. On page 2 of the testimony, second paragraph down, it says the removal of the RTO voluntary participation incentive would have a de minimis impact on current rates, but would cause a deterrence for investment in the state. Just for the work session, you expand on that.
Yes, and I have 5 emails about how much it would actually, my folks were listening and said that they thought the numbers seemed a bit off. So there are other things to consider when you put the numbers together. So we'll provide something for that.
Additional questions at this time from Ms. Bowman? Seeing none, thank you so much for the testimony. We appreciate it. And all of those listening, all our fans. All right, that ends the opponents of LD 2038. We do have one neither for nor against, the representative from ICEG, who stated they will provide their testimony later today. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Sachs, members of the committee. I'm Tony Buxton from Freddie Flaherty, representing Industrial Energy Consumer Group, testifying neither for nor against, and will submit testimony based on, in significant part, your likely questions. IECG commends the public advocate for bringing this issue forward. This is not a lot of money in the world of public utility costs, but attention to this kind of cost is a terrific start in going after other costs, which add up to real money for our ratepayers, both residential and obviously business. What we would say about this is a process that begins. It will not end here, unfortunately. And it will take all those attorneys that have been pinging Ms. Bowman and many more to resolve. But it's the kind of thing that Maine needs to be doing. And we had testimony yesterday on another bill. I won't talk about it in another committee, which is a lot more money, but it's the kind of thing where we have to improve what we do at the edges. But in my remaining 2 minutes, what I want to say is IECG led the effort to cause Maine to withdraw from ISO New England in the dates 15 years ago or more. And the Maine Commission found that Maine was not well served by ISO New England, and that if there were any other place to go, Maine should go. But there wasn't. But I want to bring to your attention the fact that the world has changed a lot. We produce much of the power for New England now. And as you know, we're going to produce a lot more. And New England needs us, quite frankly, a lot more than we need them. The ISO is not a great organization. It is imperious. It is the monopoly. And the CEO who retired this year received a bonus of $830,000. I don't know about you. That wasn't quite what my bonus was. I bet it wasn't yours as a public official. That's symptomatic of a culture that doesn't care about costs. And we pay that cost. Now, the only place in New England where renewable energy is going to be built, as long as offshore wind is off the table, is Maine. A little bit here and there, but it's Maine. What do we get out of it? Do we get a fair deal? No, we don't. And it's time for that issue to come forward. So if you approve this bill, and we do not object to it at all, if you approve it, there needs to be some recognition by the committee, by the legislature, and by Maine that this isn't a great deal for Maine, and it needs to be carefully examined. And the situation with ISO New England needs to improve. How did I do, Madam Chair?
You had 10 seconds left, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions at this time for the lobbyist from IC, Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Buxton. First question, IECG represents industrial users in Maine, some of which actually at times produce energy and put it out onto the grid. I assume that's limited on what might actually go out on transmission lines. But I'm wondering, and you've heard some of my earlier questions, I'm assuming that other states have similar organizations, and I'm wondering if there's a discussion back and forth between them and your group. And as I said, Maine actually stands to benefit more from other states adopting this than even if we didn't adopt it ourselves. So just for that part of it, I'm wondering if that discussion occurs, if there's even other organizations where it might.
There are organizations. They do not have the scope and effort of IECG. There's one in Connecticut that represents the few large consumers in Connecticut. I don't know their position on this legislation. And I'll happy to check and get back to you.
Quick follow-up, Representative?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you also heard I asked about our departments, commissions, commissioners, so on, public advocate, what kind of approach they have used in regards to leverage we now have with power that's being produced that's going out of state into the ISO New England grid. And we heard it just last week here on this committee, how much more that is expected or is looking forward to having that will also be, for the most part, going to out-of-state entities that are in ISO New England. I'm wondering if that's something that your organization has looked at and what you might suggest ISO New England could do for us if in fact we have that or may have in the future that leverage to work with them on.
If I may, IACG's view of ISO New England is based on extensive experience interconnecting mills and power plants at mills and dealing with everybody else who does that and trying to be heard and actually listened to by a monopoly that is answerable to no one except its board, which is not elected or appointed by Maine in any way, and by FERC, which says nothing really much about them. The public advocate has done a great job, particularly in the last few years, getting some changes in the applicable decisions by the ISO and FERC, and that needs to continue. And we need to continue our active involvement through through Dan Burgess and through the chair of the PUC in NESCO. New England States Committee on Electricity is a defensive organization to defend the states from ISO. And it is very well run. It is expert, but it has no authority. It goes and begs, no offense to anybody, for the states. This is not a healthy circumstance. And the result of it, for example, is utilities being incentivized in Massachusetts and New Hampshire in particular to stuff the goose with investments that are not needed to protect public interest. And the public advocate has fought that and has not won yet, but won the ability to have the issue at least considered. For that reason, the public advocate needs your help. The commission needs your help, and they need to know that you want to know what's happening. And here's an example, if I may, Madam Chair.
If you can quickly, so that we can move on.
Thank you. CMP has a proposal to build a significant transmission line from Cumberland through Falmouth into Portland and beyond to maintain reliability. The cost of that is very high through no one's fault. It's just the facts. And that would raise rates, if fully completed, for every consumer by 0.9 of a cent per kilowatt hour. That's a huge increment in the world of costs. ISO New England has refused to share that cost among all the other states because if Portland goes dark, who cares, right? Won't bother the rest of New England. You can bet that if it were Boston going dark, they'd care, okay? That's a good example of the unfairness of ISO New England.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to cut you off there, Mr.
Thank you.
Buxton. If you'd like to include that example.
I
in the
will.
written testimony, we'd be
Right.
happy to have it.
Thank you.
Any for the question at hand? Thank you. Representative McIntyre, did you have a question you would like to ask? Any additional questions for Mr. Buxton at this time?
Thank you for your
We-
kindness.
We thank you for your time. That concludes the hearing on LD 2038. Thank you. At this time, I will give the gavel to my good friend, Senator Grahowski, as I have the next bill.
Thank you so much, Chair Sachs. Next, we have a public hearing on LD 2153. This is an act to transfer the responsibilities of the Governor's Energy Office to the Department of Energy Resources. I'll open the public hearing on this bill and welcome our very own Representative Sachs to present your testimony.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My name is Melanie Sachs. Good morning again to my esteemed colleagues on the Energy, Utilities and Technology Committee. I am before you today just to introduce this bill. It is a department bill on behalf of DOER to transfer responsibilities from GO to DOER. As we discussed during deliberations on LD 1270 last session, if the Department of Energy Resources were to be established at that time to replace the Governor's Energy Office, a follow-up bill would be necessary to amend the many statutory references to the Governor's Energy Office and replace them with references to the new department. Over the interim, the Department of Energy Resources worked closely with the Revisor's Office to identify and correct those citations which are now presented to you in the bill. While this may not be the most exciting work of our committee, or maybe it is an important and necessary step to ensure our statutes are accurate and consistent. So thank you for your time. I respectfully request that the committee invite the representative from the department next to provide detail on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Sachs. Are there any questions from committee members?
I do have my written testimony, but didn't bother to copy it for y'all, but you're welcome to.
All right, I see none. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Next, we had signed up to testify in support of this bill, Carolyn Colon from the department. Looks like we're having a substitute.
Substitute, yes.
Welcome.
Good morning. Dan Burgess, I'm acting commissioner of the newly created Maine Department of Energy Resources. Thanks. Senator Lawrence, Representative Sachs, members of the committee. We're obviously here to testify in support of LD 2153. Just say creating a new state agency is inherently complex, requiring careful coordination to ensure both existing and newly assigned statutory duties are carried out seamlessly while navigating additional HR, budgetary, and administrative transitions. As Representative Sachs said, the bill represents an important milestone in that process after we've worked to carefully review the statutory responsibilities of the former GEO and transfer those to DOER. I really want to thank Lindsay Laxon at OPLA for her tireless efforts on this. So thank you, Lindsay. Before you are two different sections. I also want to thank the revisor's office and the work of Caroline Colon as well. This is a large undertaking with many sections. So I appreciate their work on this. So, with this complexity of establishing a new agency, sunsetting an office with substantial statutory responsibilities, the drafting of 1270 appropriately focused on substantive policy. As was discussed during that process, the remaining statutory errors and inconsistencies were intentionally deferred to this subsequent cleanup bill before you now. So as you will see before you, 1270 and Part B DOER worked closely with the interim OPLA and revisor's office to review the statutes and develop legislation to effectuate the transfer of these duties. So the legislation is organized into two parts. Part A, which contains 65 sections, is largely straightforward and technical in nature, primarily updating statutory references to the Governor's Energy Office to the Department of Energy Resources or from Director to Commissioner. The development of this section was led by OPLA and the Revisor's Office. Part B consists of 13 sections, which again are largely technical, ensure DOER's alignment with standard agency practices, and provides additional clarity regarding the department's responsibilities. The development of that section was led by DOER. Particularly important portions of Part B changes include, and you in this testimony have section breakdown of Part B as attached. Adding DOER to State Government Evaluation Act, which review schedule. Ensuring funds can be carried over at the end of a fiscal year consistent with other departments. Including DOER among agencies responsible for promoting effective communication and collaboration with the tribal governments. Clarifying rulemaking authority for offshore wind energy procurements. Ensuring the department receives accurate and complete petroleum inventory information to assess home heating fuel adequacy, and clarifying roles and responsibilities of one of Maine's representatives at the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. So again, attach this testimony, detailed information regarding Part B, these 13 different sections. Happy to walk through them or answer any questions, but appreciate the partnership and collaboration on moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burgess. Are there any questions from committee members? Representative Wadsworth. Nope.
No problem. Thanks for being down here, Mr. Burgess. Why did you strike home heating oil and kerosene and put petroleum products?
Thank you, Representative. So if I can turn the attention to the bottom of page 4. So section B8 replaces home heating oil or kerosene with petroleum products. So petroleum products, which we are tasked with, ensuring and reviewing kind of supply of. However, this section only tells us to come to this committee if there are issues with regards to home heating oil or kerosene. So the broader statute asks us to review the broader petroleum product industry. And we thought for consistency, it made sense to let this committee know if there are, issues with supply of petroleum products, not just home heating oil and kerosene, consistent with the statute.
Okay.
Are there other questions from committee members? Okay, I see none at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here wishing to testify in support of LD 2153? Anyone here to testify against this bill? Anyone for neither for nor against this bill? All right, seeing no further testimony on LD 2153, we'll close the public hearing on this bill. Turn it back over to Chair Sachs.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will take a 15-minute break. We will start promptly again at 11:30 per our schedule. I keep looking at Rip Wadsworth. Yes, at 11:30. Thanks so much. We will be at ease. Democrats, we've been requested to caucus, so please go to the meeting, to the office as soon as you can. I'm gonna bring us back. Welcome back to Energy Utilities Technology. We will begin our work session on our next bill, but I believe we have Senator Lawrence and Representative Warren along with Representative Rente on Zoom. I wanted to give Senator Lawrence and Representative Warren a chance to introduce themselves. Go right ahead, Senator, if you'd like. So Senator Lawrence, would you like to introduce yourself? Or I could be on mute. Or Representative Warren, if you can hear me.
Hello. Thank you so much, Chair Sachs. My name is Sophie Warren, and I am fortunate to represent a small but mighty portion of Scarborough in the main house.
Thank you. And Senator Lawrence, can you hear us okay? Would you like to introduce yourself? There we go, Mark.
Talking to Melanie, was it me or Sophie?
No, it's you at the moment, to
Thank
see
you.
if
I
you'd like
just
to
don't
introduce
see-
yourself.
Okay, I didn't see, not that I'm vain, I didn't see my photo up on the screen.
Okay. Go right ahead and introduce yourself, sir, although I
I'd
think
be
you need
happy
no
to.
introduction.
I am State Senator Mark Lawrence. I represent Southern York County, the towns of South Berwick, Elliott, Kittery, York, and Ogunquit. And I am the Senate co-chair of this committee.
Wonderful to see you both this morning. And again, Representative Rente is also with us via Zoom, who introduced himself this morning. So I will open up the work session to LD 1936, an act to provide greater equity in and reduce costs related to state's net energy billing program, although I believe it has a new title as well. I'd like to turn this over to the sponsor, Senator Grahowski, to talk about the update on the bill.
Thank you very much, Chair Sachs and committee members for your indulgence in the continued work on this bill. I did want to sort of give an update as to where I think things are per conversations as soon as this morning. There was an amendment that Lindsay circulated yesterday, dated the 21st, but I'd actually like to draw everyone's attention to the previous amendment dated January 15th. I'm proposing that we go back to that amendment. Part of the reason that I, in hindsight, sort of like this version better is that it keeps the language around beneficial electrification in every customer class where it was from 1792, which is section 3209. When I went and reviewed the rest of section 3209, I realized that there is a definition of beneficial electrification there and a cross-reference. So I think it's better structured to have it there and with the general statements on rate design, if you will, that exist in 3209 that we amended last year. So my proposal is to keep that language where it is. And then in addition, at the end of the sentence there where it says ensure the promotion of beneficial electrification in every customer class, I'd like to add the language consistent with section 3804. And as a reminder, section 3804 is just one sentence, and I would encourage everyone to look that up if you need to, but I can, the title of the section is Commission Advancement of Clean Energy and Beneficial Electrification. And it reads, the commission shall advance through its decisions and orders beneficial electrification in order to achieve the emission reduction and renewable energy goals of the state, reduce energy costs to consumers, and provide economic and climate benefits for all ratepayers. So really the idea is to loop back and make it really clear that when we're talking about the commission considering beneficial electrification, this is what we mean. And I think it's important to keep the language we had and to add this as a way that everything kind of circles back around and there's no confusion. So that's my proposal. Happy to take any questions. Sorry for not having it completely ironed out when we emailed a draft last night. I appreciate everyone following along here today. Thank you.
Thank you. So first, just questions to the sponsor regarding. adding 3804 to the proposed sponsor amendment dated January 15th. Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the bill sponsor for bringing us back to the January 15th one. You believe that this is going to reduce costs, and you've articulated how you believe that. Another thing that I try to focus on is durability. Do you believe that this revision will sustain potential reinterpretation if there's a shift in administration? Do you believe that this is a durable presentation?
Thank you, Representative McIntyre. I think zooming out on the importance of this bill, we as a committee last year came to consensus that costs and benefits that are derived from public policy initiatives should be borne consistently for the same types of ratepayers. So a residential ratepayer in CMP or Verse Institute districts would all be paying the same amount toward the cost of a program such as net energy billing. I appreciated that there was, I think, committee consensus about the fairness of that. And if we do nothing, there's law on the books that basically, as I read it, would ask the PUC to revert to doing it the way we were doing it before. So I feel that this committee, because we are very knowledgeable about this issue and what LD 1792 did, that we're in the best position to make this fix going forward. I can't promise that a future legislature wouldn't make other changes, but I think we're the right people to sort of finish the work that we started last year, especially knowing how much committee membership can change between legislatures. I'd like to wrap it up because I do think it will, not every ratepayer will see significant savings, but what's important to me is that ratepayers are treated the same regardless of where they live in the state or where they do business. And I want to just sort of finish that job that we started.
Other questions for the sponsor regarding this? Lindsay, do you have any before we keep going, any questions regarding her intent or the additional language? Okay. I just want to check in if we could with the PUC about, obviously we don't have this in front of us. This is a verbal addition consistent with section 3804 at the end of section 2, number 6 on page 2. And just if you have any reaction.
Deirdre Schneider, Maine PUC, I think we're really comfortable with that change, and I think having it linked back to the actual statutory charge is a helpful clarification to the underlying existing law.
Thank you. Any other questions for the PUC? That was only mine. Okay, good. Any other discussion for the committee on this, or I can have a motion? I will say for myself, I was tempted to just put in my continued opposition to 1792, but I don't want to relitigate that, and I can be comfortable with this legislation. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just state that I was very comfortable with the amendment prior to us reverting back to the previous amendment to that. And I'm wondering, and so I'm a little concerned about these changes. I'm wondering there were some folks, or maybe some folks present that are also concerned with this change. If there is anyone, I'd appreciate it if they might come forward and let us know why. If not, I'm good. Thank you.
You'd like to hear testimony in opposition to the proposed amendment?
I would
Writ
like,
large?
if there is someone here who is against this
Okay.
latest change, that they come forward and express the reasons why, so that we might all understand. Yes, but
I'm happy to indulge in that. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward? And I will just give the opportunity for any feedback, not just in opposition, but in any feedback on the addition of that phrase on the amendment of January 15th. Okay, we got a thumbs up from OPA, who's choosing not to come to the podium and say thumbs up from the OPA. Is there anyone else who would like to give us any feedback on the proposed amendment? I'm seeing no's or just no feedback. Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Representative Foster. So again, I'll turn it back to the committee. Any motions that we would like to entertain at this time regarding LD 1936? Senator Grahowski.
Thank you. I'd like to move ought to pass as amended on this bill with the amendment from January 15th, with the addition that section 2 of the bill have the addition of the words consistent with section 3804 added. And I think, Lindsay, you had also flagged might need a title change based on the fact that it's not just the allocation of net energy billing costs, but also long-term contracts, more of a cleanup statement, but acknowledging that you would notice that last night. And that is my motion.
Okay, do we have a second on the motion? Representative Webb, any discussion, or would there be a request for a caucus? Representative Foster? Okay, we will adjourn briefly. Thank you.
So I cannot hear anything.
We're not doing
Neither
anything.
can I.
That's why
Okay.
we're not doing anything quite yet.
So
We're
you're
waiting
looking
to-
at me and saying, can you hear me?
Nope,
Okay, sorry.
we are not doing any of that. We are
Good.
at ease for caucus for just a moment, and as soon as our colleagues come back in, we will vote. Hopefully,
Great.
or do something else. Thank you. We have a
Okay,
motion on the
thank you.
floor. Thank you.
I'm going to mute myself.
All right. So we'll bring us back to our work session on LD 1936. There is a motion on the floor. I will entertain any additional discussion, any comments, discussion that you'd like to have prior to the vote. Seeing none, I see Lynn moving forward. So for our folks on Zoom, we are ready to vote. Turn your attention to Lynn McCall.
All right, starting with Representative Wadsworth.
Aye.
Representative Wadsworth votes yes. Representative Webb.
Yes.
Representative Webb votes yes. Representative Paul.
No.
Representative Paul votes no. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Senator Harrington is absent. Senator Grahusky.
Yes.
Senator Grahusky votes yes. Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence votes yes. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs votes yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler votes yes. Representative Foster.
Yes.
Representative Foster votes yes. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger votes yes. Representative McIntyre.
Yes.
Representative McIntyre votes yes, and Representative Runte.
Yes.
Representative Runte votes yes. 11 in favor. 1 opposed and 1 absent. Is that right?
Yes. And so for the minority report, Representative Paul?
Ought not to pass.
Okay. Okay, so having 11, 1 and 1, the motion prevails. So we will end the work session on LD 1936 with my thanks. We will now adjourn until 1 p.m. for our next public hearing. We will be at ease. So, okay, folks, welcome back to the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee. We are hearing two bills this afternoon for public hearing. Then we will, as we did this morning, take a break, rearrange the room, and then go into work session on 1949. As we may take, depending on how the first bill goes, take just a 5-minute break between the two public hearings if needed. So stay tuned for that. Committee members, I will remind you that after the 1949, we just have a few things of business with Lindsay after that. So looking forward to our afternoon together. That being said, I will open up the public hearing on LD 2112, an act to authorize municipalities to form community choice aggregation programs to procure electricity. And with that, we look to our colleague, Representative Rente, who is on Zoom, and we do have your testimony in front of us, sir.
Great. Great. Thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Sachs and fellow members of the committee. Thanks for the chance to present the testimony on an act to authorize municipalities to form community choice aggregation programs to procure electricity. This bill gives Maine municipalities a tool that is already widely used across the country, the ability to aggregate the electric load of their residents, businesses, and municipal accounts to procure electricity competitively on their behalf, but leaving the delivery, reliability, and billing infrastructure entirely in the hands of the existing T&D utilities. CCA, the short form of community choice aggregation, it's not a mandate, but an option in this bill, and it is only available if a municipality chooses to adopt it by local vote and if the PUC approves a detailed program plan. To date, 10 different states authorized CCA programs, including Massachusetts and New Hampshire. In Massachusetts alone, roughly half of all the cities and towns have a program. New Hampshire has rapidly expanded participation through a statewide coalition model. This bill reflects lessons learned from those states, tailored to Maine's regulatory framework. It has a number of key features. First of all, local control and transparency. The municipalities have to adopt a plan through a vote of their legislative body, whether it's select board or council, and the plan needs to be reviewed and approved by the PUC through rulemaking. A municipality can choose, for example, to optimize its purchase based on lowest price or long-term stability, long or short-term contracts. And if they want the percent of renewable energy, if any, depending on what the town wants to do. And in fact, many town managers are already familiar with this model. They buy their municipal electricity through a quasi-government agency, Maine Power Options, who offer a variety of options, a menu, so to speak, of the way you can buy electricity. The town where I live, for example, it gets its supply from a 4-year fixed price contract. They had opted for stability in pricing, and it was certainly helpful during the volatile price changes you saw in the standard offer over the last several years. Automatic enrollment. Ratepayers on default service are automatically enrolled, but with a very clear right to opt out. And they need to be given advanced written notice and clear instructions to those customers who don't want to participate. Any ratepayer already on third-party supply will have to opt in, ensuring that there isn't the existing contractual relationships aren't impacted by the launch of a program. There's strong consumer protections. CCA customers have the same customer protections as those offered by the default service providers today. Explicit protections for low-income and electric assistance program customers. The CCA program ensures that there is no loss of benefits, no added fees, and no continued application of already existing utility administered discounts. consolidated billing and purchase of receivables. Customers would continue to receive a single utility bill, and the utilities will assume collection and bad debt risk. CCA are treated consistently with other competitive suppliers. PUC oversight and transparency. The PUC is the rulemaking authority, and annual reporting requirements will ensure the impacts are visible and measurable. And supplier protections. Because it's a universal access program, suppliers of community choice aggregations will have the same financial protection as a supplier for default service, specifically a payment guarantee as contemplated by the purchase of receivables mechanism. The supplier will pay a fee to the utility company for this service. Significantly, the bill does not interfere with the utility's responsibility for poles, wires, reliability, outage response, system planning. They remain fully regulated and utilities compensated under the existing rate schedules. At its core, the bill is about choice and competition. It allows municipalities that want to pursue price stability, local energy goals, or procurement innovation, and the option to do so. This bill would put Maine alongside neighboring states by giving local governments a lawful regulated pathway to aggregate demand and negotiate electricity supply on behalf of their communities. I'm sure there'll be a number of issues raised in the hearing today. And so when the public hearing is over, I intend to meet with interested parties and resolve those challenges, whatever they might be, prior to the next work session. So thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Rente. Any questions at this time for the sponsor? Just one. I don't see them in the room, Representative Rente. Had you had any feedback from the Maine Municipal Association, or do you anticipate that will be coming?
I had expected them actually to have offered testimony. I know they've been briefed on the bill.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what the story today might be.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to double check, and perhaps it's in my packet and I just hadn't seen it. So thank you. Any additional questions for Representative Rente? Representative Geiger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rep. Rente. Sorry you're not well. We miss you. Just wanted to ask a question about, I see that this bill really increases choice. Explain to me how it could provide the option of lowering costs for those who signed up with their municipalities.
Well, I think the best way to answer that is, if you consider the alternative, and 90% of residential customers take the standard offer service, the pricing that you get is whatever is the lowest cost of bid taken sometime in November for the next 12 months. It's a fixed price deal, and it reflects the market at the moment. But if you recall the discussion in Senator Harrington's bill last session, where we talked about what other ways could one go about buying electricity in this marketplace. There's certainly a variety of different ways. You could have a 6-month term, or a 1-year term, or a 5-year term. Right? You won't get a 5-year term. You could have, you say, optimize completely on price. Don't include any renewables at all. Include 100% renewables. And so it's those choice options that can, in fact, lead to lower pricing. The one data point I have is that a study was done looking at, it was actually a survey of the Massachusetts CCA program managers, and one of the questions they asked was, what's the savings? And so it turned out 79% of the towns saved money relative to what they would have otherwise had to pay. And there was just about a cent a kilowatt hour kind of savings. Now, keep in mind, though, that some of those towns opted for slightly higher pricing than wholesale because they wanted a higher mix of renewables, which, depending on how they went about it, buying it, might have in fact added a premium to what they were paying.
Thank you. Additional questions? I just have one more, Representative. I understand also in our packets, we do have a sponsor amendment. I just wanted to assure you of that, which looks to make some technical changes, but also is there something that you'd like to highlight regarding your amendment offered January 14th?
Well, the main change in the two big shortcomings in what was produced as the published bill out of the revisor's office was that for whatever reason, they chose to define aggregator as a public utility. And that's completely opposite, in fact, of what it is. And as it turned out, working with Lindsay, there already was a definition for aggregator in statute. And that definition fit what we had in mind in the first place. Secondly, the language that had been there in the originally published bill, frankly, I'm not sure it had the right level of clarity about who is providing services, what the standard offer was, and how this interplayed. And so, again, working with wonderful Lindsay, those were the principal changes that were made from what was published to what this amendment is.
Thanks. I just wanted to highlight that for the committee. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you for bringing the bill forward.
Okay.
And I will note that MMA just texted me and said, we're in another hearing room. So they are submitting their testimony online, and if they can get out of housing anytime soon, they'll be happy to be here, which we completely understand. Great. All right, we will move to those who are in favor of LD 2112. As a reminder, per our protocols, if you would like to testify on this bill in any position, for or against, neither for nor against, please sign up over at the window, either for this bill or the subsequent one. All right, turning to those proponents of the bill, first we will invite up Heather Sanborn from the Office of the Public Advocate. After that will be Peter Whitney and Rebecca Schultz. Welcome back, Public Advocate Sanborn.
Thank you, Chair Sachs, distinguished members of the committee. We are here to testify today in support, though we do have some caveats to our support. The program authorizes municipalities to act on behalf of their residents to procure electricity at the lowest price available. We like that at the OPA. It allows the municipality to hire an expert to manage the process of negotiating for the best rate in bulk, rather than requiring individuals to seek out a CEP on their own. In this way, it curbs some of the excesses and abuses that we have testified against repeatedly over the years when looking at the aggressive marketing tactics of some CEPs. So with this bill, municipalities have the ability to join together to increase their purchasing leverage. Smaller cities and towns can create even larger aggregation program by joining together than they could with their own small populations. And this could reduce the cost of managing those contracts. We do have concerns with the provisions of sections 6 and 7 of the bill that require investor-owned utilities to purchase the receivables of the aggregation program and assume responsibility for collections of bad debt. These aggregation programs operate in a similar manner to existing CEPs, which are responsible for managing their own receivables and associated risks. As drafted, these provisions could shift costs to non-participating ratepayers, which is an undesirable outcome that would undermine an otherwise constructive new option. A community choice program does not guarantee savings. However, it does allow individuals to receive the benefits of a group purchase without having to navigate the details of retail options on their own. At the same time, customers retain the ability to opt out of the program and take the standard offer or select a different provider if they would like to do so. While community aggregation is not a magic affordability bullet. There has been some success with this model in other New England states. I'd welcome your questions and be happy to bring information back for the work session.
Thank you. Representative Foster, questions for the public advocate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Public Advocate Sanborn. So we heard from the sponsor that what the PUC is doing currently, which is a November annual. However, he also mentioned a bill that I believe it was Senator Harrington had that might change that. It didn't, but because the PUC already has the flexibility that he was looking for. So I'm wondering, as you mentioned, this allows groups to get together to have a more favorable bargaining position. Why can't we expect that out of our PUC now, who has the largest group available to bargain and go to different length contracts and so on and so forth to try to get the best available price?
It's a great question, Representative Foster, and one that, while I don't think I have the answer to it as I stand before you today, is at the very top of my agenda at the OPA right now. So there is a report forthcoming from a think tank called Synapse on analyzing exactly that question for Massachusetts with regard to their standard default supply and their community choice aggregation program. We've seen an advanced copy of that report. I'm very interested in the analysis. We are digging in on how we can lower the cost of our supply procurement. And that's going to be sort of a 6-month project of the OPA. I have a consultant that I've just hired to help me work on that issue and try to take a bigger whack than this bill represents at lowering supply costs. But we don't think that this bill works at cross purposes with that look at how to do supply better. We just felt that this year we didn't have the answers yet for how to do supply procurement better. We know there's a problem. We're trying to get our hands around what that problem is and how to reduce it and how to create a more competitive environment for our default procurement. And so you could expect to see me back here next January, hopefully with maybe you won't see me, but at least a handful of you might see me back here next January, hopefully with a much more comprehensive and useful solution. I think this is just one of those things that there's nothing wrong with this, and it might save some folks money in Massachusetts. It has saved folks money in New Hampshire as well. Taking this approach, we think it's helpful in being protective of customers who we know struggle to manage CEP relationships on an individual basis and can get into trouble where they haven't renegotiated a contract and they're suddenly paying much more than standard offer, but not paying attention to the bills on auto pay, this type of thing. A community choice aggregation program is going to help make sure that their contract is always being managed and that they don't miss that renewal deadline or, otherwise fall into some of the marketing traps that CEPs are known for. So we think this is a better approach to competitive supply at this moment, and we're hoping we can come back with a better reform proposal next January as well.
Additional questions for the public advocate at this time? I just have one. So will you be, I'm looking at your concerns around aggregation, purchasing the receivables of the aggregation, which I suspect we'll hear a lot about. Is that something you can give us additional information for, or are you planning to work with the sponsor around that section?
Yeah, I think the utilities have a model for how they generally deal with CEPs. At least from our office's perspective, this is really not different than a CEP contract. And we already have sort of a well-worn path for how CEPs are treated. by the utilities, and I don't see a reason to treat these guys any differently than that. And perhaps I will be informed as to what the reason is, but I think, we largely agree with the utilities on this, that these should be treated in a similar fashion to CEP contracts with regard to receivables.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
Great. Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. And we will move on to next proponent is Peter Whitney, then Rebecca Schultz and Seth Berry. We were chuckling public advocate because we were saying like Ben Freck last week. Nice to see some of you again. Right. That's why we were chuckling. Welcome, Mr. Whitney.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Sachs, and the distinguished members of the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee, thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on LD 2112. I'm here today to support the bill. My company, Bold Coast Energy, was founded in 2008 and has worked closely with businesses across the state to optimize and reduce electricity costs through the third-party supplier marketplace. Having been born and raised in Maine and now raising my own family here, I've had the privilege of partnering with some of the hardest working businesses in this state over the past 18 years. While my work in energy consulting has focused primarily on medium and large scale commercial customers, I am frequently asked by residential and small commercial about alternatives to default service rates. And unfortunately, at this time, I do not have a strong answer for them. The current third-party supplier marketplace is complex and difficult to navigate for consumers who are not well-versed in energy supply contracting. As a result, meaningful, affordable, and transparent choice is effectively out of reach for many Mainers. While various versions of community choice aggregation programs across the country exist, LD 2112 is designed to integrate seamlessly with the state's existing third-party supplier framework and the purchase of receivables program currently allowed for standard offer providers. To the extent others follow me to the podium with concerns about potential implementation costs at the utility billing system level, we are committed to working together with the utilities to address those concerns. Time and time again, when CCAs have been authorized in other states, I understand those concerns have been addressed reasonably and fairly. One aspect of electricity pricing that is often overlooked is the importance of market timing. With Maine and the rest of New England experiencing some of the highest pricing volatility in the country, it is critical to be prepared to act when favorable market conditions arise. Consumers, and with the passage of this bill, communities who are informed and ready can often benefit from short notice buying opportunities, as many of the state's medium and large consumers do today. I strongly believe LD 2112 will create optionality where little exists today, while doing so within a framework of robust consumer protections that are currently lacking in the residential third-party supplier market. This bill represents a thoughtful step towards expanding access, improving transparency and optionality, and protecting consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitney. Questions at this time from Mr. Whitney? I have one, if I could, Mr. Whitney. So your company has done CCA type products in other states?
What we do is work with medium and large across all of, about half the country, most of the regulated states. So take a large consumer and we price them out in the market. So not specifically CCAs, but a similar process to where Bold Coast could integrate and work as a consultant to municipality to sort of create the RFP that would go out to suppliers.
That's helpful. Thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time and
Thank you.
testimony this afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. Could we open up, we'd like to invite up Rebecca Schultz, and then we'll be Seth Berry. And then we will move to folks online.
Hi, hello. Senator Lawrence, if you're there, Representative Sachs, members of the Joint Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Rebecca Schultz. I'm with the Natural Resources Council of Maine, here testifying on behalf of our 20,000 members and supporters in support of LD 2112 for an act to authorize municipalities to form community choice aggregation programs. Community choice aggregation enables municipalities to pool their residential and small business electricity load in order to purchase alternative supply contracts that can serve their communities better than the default option selected by the Public Utilities Commission every November. LD 2112 addresses the failure of the competitive retail market to adequately serve residential and small business customers in Maine. More than 90% of residential and small business customers use the default supply option, and those that do use competitive energy providers often end up paying more than they would have under the standard offer. In contrast, nearly all of Maine's medium and large commercial and industrial customers use third-party competitive suppliers to serve their energy needs. This bill aims to help remedy that problem by providing communities with autonomy over their energy consumption, empowering them to leverage their buying power to seek competitive pricing. Across the U.S., 10 states have enacted community choice aggregation legislation. 8 states have active programs. And while many of these programs have historically been oriented towards achieving higher levels of renewable energy generation, a primary goal for communities is also lower prices. In Massachusetts, where enabling legislation dates back to 1997, 45% of municipalities, or 41% of the state's population, procure their energy through CCAs, saving customers approximately $70 million a year. A recent survey of participating municipalities in Massachusetts found that 80% of participants saved money in comparison to the default supply service, with an average rate reduction of 0.88 cents per kilowatt hour, saving customers about $100 a year off their bills. In New Hampshire, where enabling laws have been enacted more recently, the state launched its first programs in 2023, and now nearly half the population has access to these programs. In New Hampshire, a statewide nonprofit called Community Power Coalition plays a leading role in educating and organizing communities and providing consulting services, including supply procurement. As of 2024, this NGO served nearly 200,000 customers and provided more than $20 million in total savings. By permitting enrollment on an opt-out basis, this bill would provide an important change to Maine's current rules, empowering towns, cities, and counties with local support to offer its residents alternatives to default standard offer. Plans would be subject to approval by the PUC, and all billing would continue to run through the T&D utilities. Customers would be allowed to migrate on and off without penalty, and protections for lower income customers would guarantee uninterrupted access to assistance programs. This won't be a quick fix for our high electricity bills, and it won't be a solution for everyone, but it will give towns, cities, and counties across the state options to make their own energy decisions and provide competitive prices for their residents. So we urge you to ought to pass, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. I do see a question online from Representative Warren. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask about NRCM's position here. Do you feel like it might lead to more commitments or investment around renewables, or is there another sort of perspective you have around the benefits in relation to our environment or climate change?
I think it would allow communities to organize, to consider increasing their commitments to renewable energy. However, they might do that through an increased RPS, for instance, more ambitious than the states, or otherwise even a project that they might have under consideration in their jurisdiction, for instance, on a municipal capped landfill or something like that, in combination with the buying power of its residents. So I think it would empower people to lean into the interests and priorities of its residents and leadership.
All set, Representative? Yep.
Could I have a follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much. That's very helpful. And do you have any perspective around the amount of impact this has and who tends to adopt it? Do you have any sense around the resources and the types of communities that make this adoption, and how much impact it has more broadly on renewable investment in the states where it's been adopted?
Yeah, I think it depends a lot. I'm sort of getting up to speed on this myself, but I had initially thought it would be more affluent communities that wanted to invest and had that kind of drive and leadership to make those investments. But it seems like, looking at the New Hampshire model, where you have, you know, a really well-positioned nonprofit helping to organize and educate communities and provide a portfolio of different sort of options that may or may not include, you know, greater emphasis on renewable energy, that it could have broad appeal. So yeah, and then, you know, I mean, I think we can look at California and other states where renewable energy may have a longer standing track record of interest. And I'm happy to come back to the work session with more anecdotal information about the successes in communities where this has been used in California and other places with renewable energy as a top priority for local planning.
Okay, thank you. Senator Grahowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious what we know about the effect to ratepayers taking the standard offer if a large amount of other ratepayers are using CCA. Is there any kind of effect on those that are in communities that are not opting in?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it's sort of theoretical at this point. You would think that if the PUC has less buying power, that, perhaps that would disadvantage people on the standard offer. You could theoretically point to that's not really a question for me. I would guess that those more equipped and familiar with the standard offer procurement might have a better point of view there, or certainly the study that the public advocate just referenced around modifying the timing and duration and staggering the procurements for the standard offer perhaps would balance out any theoretical impact that it could have to reducing the number of the total load that goes out for the standard offer.
Clarifying question?
Well, I think I just was curious if you had seen anyone looking at that question.
I'll
from
look
the
into
other
that.
states.
I have not, but I'll see what I can
That's a
find.
broad question for anyone.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting question. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? I will just note on your testimony, you do talk about the fact that the municipalities already have this power, but is it the opt-in or you're opted in unless you opt out? Is that the difference?
That's my understanding, and that makes it basically impossible or very, very difficult for people to organize this way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No, thanks so much. We'd like to invite up Seth Berry to the podium, and that's the last person I have in the room who is a proponent, and then we'll move to online. Welcome, Mr. Berry.
Thank you very much, Representative Sachs and committee members. Again, I'm Seth Berry and still the Executive Director of Our Power. We support LD 2112, and we do so primarily because one of our key values and goals is greater local control. I think we're all very familiar with Maine's Constitution and the fact that we are a home rule state. This bill is really consistent with that. I think the same spirit applies in New Hampshire, and that's a big reason why they just adopted this model statewide. We have a suggestion, which it may not be necessary to change any language, but we just wanted to point out that Maine's tribal communities may want to access this, and you might double check with your analyst or with the tribes whether the current language is sufficient to open up this CCA capacity for them. Also, just wanted to observe that the opt-out provision and the way that it's worded is very important to our support. We do strongly advise that an opt-out be included, and that is the best way to make this work and to honor individual choice. And then to the last point that was just being discussed by Senator Grahowski, I wanted to suggest that in a way we have a form of community choice right now, and that is Maine's consumer-owned utilities. They can currently procure electricity for their own customers. And we have learned a lot from watching them. We've learned a lot about the importance of the duration of the contract. They've purchased in some cases for 5 years, and have locked in rates that are, a half or a third what standard offer customers are providing. And we think that form of experimentation and, local crucibles of democracy is in fact what could lead to the greater savings. I think, certainly there might be a concern around the number of people that the PUC is procuring for standard offer, but the countervailing trend here might be that we learn from this experimentation, that local control leads us to more insights around how is storage being used, how is time of use pricing being used, how is the duration of the contract being used. And that could help the PUC in turn to lower the cost and improve the outcomes of its standard offer procurements. So in sum, we support the bill and encourage you to pass it. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barry. Will your testimony be submitted later on?
It is online. Thank you.
Questions from the committee, Mr. Barry? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and testimony this afternoon. Okay, I will move to folks online. Looks like Bart Fromuth from Freedom Energy Logistics is first on my list. After that, John Holtz and Sam Smith will be on deck. Welcome, Mr. Fromuth. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Thank you very much, Representative Sachs.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to present testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Sachs, and distinguished members of the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on LD 2112. My name is Bart Fromuth. I am the CEO of Freedom Energy Logistics, a New Hampshire-based company specializing in electricity procurement for commercial, industrial, and municipal customers, including community choice aggregations. We currently serve over 100 municipalities throughout New England with 14 operating community choice aggregation program 2014 to 2018 and co-author of New Hampshire's opt-out community choice aggregation legislation, which passed with strong bipartisan support in 2019. Community choice aggregation, CCA, is a proven approach that lets residential and small commercial customers benefit from electric choice just like larger customers do. While big companies are able to frequently secure better contracts, rates, and consumer protections, smaller customers usually do not have this advantage and end up with limited options, higher rates, and little to no savings compared to the default service rates. CCA addresses this issue by enabling municipalities to pool their electricity needs, giving residents and small businesses enough collective power to negotiate better rates, greater local control, increased optionality, and improved consumer protections. Importantly, participation in CCA is entirely voluntary for municipalities. Communities that do not wish to adopt this program are under no obligation to do so. For individual customers, there is no fee to switch, and there is no change in how you interact with your utility. Customers still receive and pay just one bill from the utility company. The utility continues to handle outages, meter reading, and billing questions, so there are no disruptions in services or added complexity. This program is simply another option to potentially help lower energy rates, provide rate stability, and/or increase access to clean electricity. According to a 2023 Massachusetts UMass Amherst School of Public Policy study, which I've attached to my testimony for your review, almost 80% of municipalities in Massachusetts with the community choice aggregation program have achieved savings. That number becomes even more impressive when you factor in that 60% of the 157 communities surveyed in this study had a higher renewable content in their aggregation programs than did the default service option through the utilities. The study concluded that these results suggest community choice electricity programs contribute to both sustainability by allowing higher renewable energy levels and by costs. It's to note that each community has the ability to design a CCA to meet the needs and priorities of their citizens, whether focusing on maximizing savings opportunities, increased renewable inclusion, or combining both strategies as demonstrated in Massachusetts. In summary, community choice aggregation offers Maine's communities a practical, low-risk way to bring benefits of electric choice to more customers without fees, behavioral changes, or mandatory participation. Thank you for considering this important opportunity for Maine's energy future, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fromuth. And I will note for the committee that attached is a public policy study that Lynn has informed me she is not printing out. You can find that online. It's about 50 pages long. If you would like a printout, she is welcome to do so. Any questions at this time for Mr. Fromuth? Looks like Representative Warren has one.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask about any experience you have hearing critique around the impact this has on the larger rate class. Do you have any sense about the level of adoption in your experience and whether it does have any type of negative impact that then has to be made up for by other ratepayers? And if so, how do you respond to that?
Certainly. So it's a great question. And there's two real key areas of concentration in terms of pushback that community choice aggregation legislation tends to have, and certainly did have in the state of New Hampshire when we adopted the legislation. Those are around impacts to default service and people that remain on that, as well as impacts through the purchase of receivable mechanism. Both of those, I think, have been adequately addressed through compromise among stakeholders, New Hampshire specifically, which I was involved with. Dealing with the purchase of receivable program, we had a not so significant
Oops, Mr. Frommuth, can you, excuse me, sir, can you just stop for a minute and repeat what you said? Occasionally you come in and out, and it felt like what you just said might be important to the context of the sentence.
Apologies.
Try again.
There was not an insignificant cost to the billing implementation for this program. Eversource, which is the largest investor-owned utility in New Hampshire, had a cost of roughly $4.7 million to implement the purchase of receivable program. But it's important to note that that was entirely borne through a discount rate charged to third-party suppliers in the marketplace. There was no rate impact on ratepayers or the investor-owned utilities. That discount rate for those purchase of receivables was roughly about 1.3 to 1.6%, which was charged to the third-party suppliers in the program. And that's how we avoided any costs being borne by ratepayers or the investor-owned utilities in that program. To the other issue, which is what happens to those consumers that are left behind on standard offer service. If you take a look at the market, it's at large in terms of participation, we typically get about 50 to 60% of communities in a state that participate, leaving roughly 40% of those communities that are still on default service. The impact that we've seen in terms of default service rates is usually front-loaded. What I mean by that is it takes place at the origination of a new rate cycle. So for instance, in Maine, you go out for your bid in November. How we dealt with that in New Hampshire, because we go out for bid twice a year, is we required notification requirements of any community planning to launch. They had to notify the Public Utilities Commission, the Public Advocate, and the investor utilities at different segments of time, depending upon when they were going to launch. And that significantly mitigated the rate impact for that rate cycle. Once a community has launched, the impact of future default cycles has already been factored in to whoever the winning bidder on that default service bid is going to be. They know Portland's gone, or Scarborough's gone, or York's gone. So it's no longer as part of the risk package where they're trying to contemplate who might depart during a default service cycle. That's how we were able to successfully deal with that issue in New Hampshire.
Any additional questions for Mr. Frommuth at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Next person we'll bring in from online is John Holt. After that will be Sam Smith and then Peter Fitzgerald. Mr. Holt, can you turn on your camera if you're there, please?
There I am. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to
Thank-
give us your testimony, please.
Thanks, Chair Sachs and members of the EUT committee. I'm John Holtz from NRG Energy, and we're here to support LD 2112 as well. You know, energy affordability is top of mind for everyone these days. This bill would give Maine electricity customers a third option for getting the best deal for their energy needs: standard offer, retail choice, and community choice. Community choice aggregation, or CCA as it's referred to, as you've heard, allows the towns to leverage the collective buying power of their residents and businesses to get the best price products and service for electricity. NRG's retail affiliates have served CCA programs over the last 2 decades plus in all the states where it's active. NRG has been the provider for more than 100 programs from small villages to the city of Boston. So we can tell you firsthand that CCA works for customers. Let me highlight several reasons why Maine should implement community choice aggregation. First of all, CCA is built on transparency and trust. It's a very open, public, informed process from beginning to end. Residents get information and notices every step of the way. The supplier, the prices, products are selected through a public bid, and the Public Utilities Commission will develop the rules to ensure consumer protection. Participation is entirely voluntary, as other speakers have said. Customers can choose whether or not to participate, as well as which products they want to subscribe to. They can come and go as they want. And CCA programs are self-funded. There's no burden on local budgets, no tax on local residents, nor any cost to utility ratepayers. Next, CCA ensures consumer protection. There are no intrusive sales channels such as door-to-door or telemarketing. Supply contracts are designed to protect consumers with price stability. Municipal leaders, the local leaders, vet the suppliers, and the PUC oversees the program as well. And CCA can help Maine achieve its climate goals. The scale of consumer participation in programs can become a kind of climate action marketplace for mass adoption of clean and smart energy technology. And of course, the local utilities continue to be the poles and wires. CMP and Versant will deliver the energy, maintain reliability, perform customer billing, same as ever. The proof that this works is right down Interstate 95 in Massachusetts. According to the Department of Public Utilities there, in 2023, the last annual available data, customers saved $883 million compared to basic service. The average annual savings for customers was $760. And to Representative Warren's earlier question, more than half of the CCA programs include renewable energy as the default offer. Let me leave you with one last endorsement for CCA. Community choice programs serve nearly 11 million meters across 1,400 communities in the US. I'm not aware of a state legislator, public utility commission, local mayor, or group of customers who want it to go away. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Holtz. And we do have your testimony in our packets just for committee members to reference.
Thank you.
Any questions at this time for Mr. Holtz? Seeing none, thank you for your time and attention, sir.
Chair Sachs, if I may real quickly just mention that we've been in contact with the sponsor, Representative Runte, and about some clarification to the definitions of the bill. He alluded to that earlier, especially the definition of aggregator. So we'll be participating or helping him in with those technical amendments in the upcoming work session.
Thank you. We will look forward.
Could I address a question that came up about the current statute? I think it was when Rebecca was speaking. That statute language is like 2 sentences. So LD 2112 will really put some meat on those couple of bones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe there are no questions at this time. Thank you for your time and testimony this afternoon. We'll move on to Sam Smith and then Peter Fitzgerald online, please. After that, that will conclude unless there are any other signups. Those in favor of 2112. Okay, Mr. Smith, if you can hear me, please accept the invitation to join. Don't decline, please accept. Anyone listening? Okay. We can continue to effort, Mr. Smith, but perhaps go in, come back out, and then and then accept the invitation. We can move on to Mr. Fitzgerald, Lynn. Yeah, Mr. Smith, you do need to accept the invitation when offered. Mr. Fitzgerald, please if we can move Mr. Fitzgerald in, and hopefully Mr. Smith will be able to log on successfully. Welcome, Mr. Fitzgerald. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to present some testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Sachs, and all the other members of the committee. Appreciate that what you do for our state. We're gaining momentum in planning our grid intentionally and removing the roadblocks to integrating local energy much more effectively. And this is going to be an important part of bringing down the costs in the future. We haven't been able to realize the scale of what is possible as we run the grid more efficiently. And there are less losses if you use the energy near where you generate it. One of the things that was discussed in a public hearing a couple days ago touched on transmission infrastructure and whether or not it should be taxable. And that relates to generation infrastructure as well. And at first, it will obviously look like if you tax it, it's going to cost more. So the cost will go up for ratepayers. But that isn't necessarily true, because trying to build electrical infrastructure where people don't want it is not a least cost option. Sometimes having the tax incentive will make the difference between a transmission line being built or not getting built. And we've had a lot of time where we have not had things progressing, and having communities be allowed to take more responsibility collectively will be very helpful in this. They don't have to all understand how all the system works. As it was said, they can work with professionals that know how to do it. And I'm definitely excited about the not having people going door to door, misrepresenting the utilities and the majority of the electric industry. And I'm also on the Community Resilience Board of the town of Bucksport. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, but
Can you
one of
wrap
the
up your
things-
thoughts, Mr. Fitzgerald? You're at your 3 minutes, please.
Sure. One of the things we're looking at is doing a vulnerability assessment. And as we have more electrical, heating electrification, the vulnerability can change significantly when you have power outages. If, for instance, you have an elderly person that doesn't have backup heat. So strengthening community energy in multiple different ways together will be the most effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Fitzgerald at this time? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and testimony this afternoon, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Smith, I'm so glad that we were able to connect with you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see
Awesome.
you. Please go right ahead. You have 3 minutes to present your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Representative Sachs and distinguished members. I'm Sam Smith. I'm chair of the planning board for the town of Wynn, also the committee chair for the Great Northern Power District, which is a G&T cooperative initiative. The Great Northern Power District Committee fully supports LD 2112 because it's in line with our current initiative with 29 municipalities, 3 counties in northern Maine. By granting Maine towns more options they currently have, allows towns to come together and make better decisions regarding their public utilities for themselves. This proposed legislation grows out of the same issues that plague all Maine communities and aligns with the interests of all walks of life. The clear benefit of this legislation is enabling the municipalities to negotiate their own power supply, which is a step towards freedom of choice. It is important to empower towns to be able to make decisions that benefit their locale more than investor-owned utilities policy or the rest of Maine. Our supply delivery system is an absolute mess. Let's be honest. Our one example is we can import energy cheaper from Canada than we can from our own grid. That's one example. When you speak to the PUC, they speak about the investor-owned utility grids like it's organized crime territory. In many cases, the people of Maine are hand-tied. You know, a reform is certainly needed, but that is a matter for another time, and I will no doubt sit in front of this committee again and talk about that. But right now, in short, LD 2112 works hand in hand with empowering Maine municipalities and is in spirit of the powers granted to towns in the Rural Electrification Act of 1941 and Title 35A of the Maine state law. I also wanted to add, listening to the testimony so far, Representative Foster, you make a great point. I will investigate the situation with the PUC, pursuing collective bargaining and why they don't do it better. And I'll follow up with my findings to the committee. Also, will rates go up for other municipalities if they accept the powers of LD 2112? That's a common question that comes up even in forming our co-op here in Northern Maine. And it's an easy fear tactic used by investor-owned utilities. So it's got to be cautious about how that's managed, because there are mitigating abilities, mitigating factors that you can take advantage of. So these investor-owned utilities cannot do that. And remember, at the end of the day, investor-owned utilities cannot campaign these things. They are barred from doing so, and the UPC needs to enforce that. And also, lastly, our towns are often unaware of their options under Maine statute for various reasons that I don't want to get into right now. So food for thought would be public education, or at least at the municipal level, needs to be improved. So things like re-legislating things that possibly the towns already have legal authority to do. We don't have to go down these rabbit holes, so to speak. But I definitely do see the value in LD 2112, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Any questions at this time for Mr. Smith from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your time and testimony this afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will move to those opposed to LD 2112. We would like to invite up Alf Anderson first, please, and then it will be James Cody and then Kathleen Bowman. Welcome back, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Chair Sachs, members of the committee. Again, I'm Alf Anderson with AARP Maine. In reviewing my testimony and listening to some of the previous comments, I should have testified neither for nor against, with some concerns that I've heard from others already, but now you have it in print and there's no going back. So our opposition or concerns really are in four categories. We do not oppose the option for community aggregation. We just think there are some issues or some concerns we'd like to see addressed in this bill. First, there's no basis to conclude that allowing one or more municipalities to solicit bids for generation supply from CEPs would result in lower bills or benefits to residents compared to the standard offer. I know we've heard some other points here today, but our issue would be that we would like to see that lowest cost would be a requirement of the bill, so the municipalities would have to offer lowest cost service to their residents. Second, in general, we are opposed to automatic enrollment or the opt-out structure of the program. Again, the only way we would support the opt-out structure on this is if the affected residents were going to be guaranteed lower costs on their bills compared to the standard offer. Third, this bill would allow the municipality's board or a select board or council to approve the contract and bind their residents without a general vote. We would recommend that any such plan would be subject to a vote of the voting residents of the affected municipalities. This would be important if the plan seeks to combine generation supply with other attributes or features that would not result in lower electric bills. It's our experience that programs of this type often result in bids that would provide features that may benefit the taxpayers of the municipality, but not the customers who pay higher rates through their bills issued by the utilities. And finally, we have a concern previously expressed by the public advocate about the requirement of investor-owned T&D utilities to purchase receivables and bill and collect the rates approved in the aggregation program. We think this could result in higher bad debt and uncollectible payments, which would be paid for by all customers. Obviously, that's not the way we like to see that handled, and hopefully the sponsor will continue to work with others to address that concern. Those are our concerns with this bill, and I would be happy to try and answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you so much. Any questions at this time for Mr. Anderson? Seeing none, we thank you very much. Oh, whoops, we do have one. Representative Warren. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. I thank you for your testimony. I wanted to ask, are you proposing that there would both have to be a requirement to have lowest cost by certain metrics and a public vote, or is it one or the other? I wasn't quite sure based on your statements, and I don't have the written testimony in front of me. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, fair enough. I probably wasn't very clear on that. So our preference would be to see both. But again, we'd like to see how the conversations progress from the sponsor throughout the process.
Okay. Any additional questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Inviting up James Cody from Versant, and then Kathleen Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm James Cody here this afternoon in respectful opposition to LD 2112 on behalf of Versant Power. I might just start off by saying a couple of things. The first is Versant Power acknowledges and appreciates that there can be value in these community choice aggregation programs. So our opposition to the program or the proposal itself doesn't necessarily stem from resistance to communities having that sort of choice. We think that can be valuable. And then secondly, what I would say is, as you've heard from the public advocate and others today about some of the concerns with the purchase of receivables program and some of the impacts that could have, one, on the utility in terms of comporting its billing system to comply with the requirements in this bill. And then secondly, how some of those costs and bad debt, if you will, can impact other customers. So in saying all of that, it's important for us also to mention that we talked to the advocates several weeks ago. Unfortunately, did not have enough time to walk through all of the finer details with them. But what we are bringing to you in this testimony today is perhaps a different approach, which you've heard the public advocate also talk a little bit about, which is to set this program up inside of our system as more of a competitive electricity provider, which the system can already accommodate in many ways. But as you'll see, if you turn the page to page 2 and then into page 3, if the legislature decides to move forward, if the committee decides to move forward and directs the PUC or these entities to develop these programs, not only does it need to be in the spirit and sort of the model of a competitive electricity provider program, but then we also have to answer some of the questions and considerations that are listed here. Customer privacy, data sharing, enrollment changes, billing costs, customer education reporting. And these are the sorts of things that we would expect to have a conversation with the sponsor and other stakeholders with, obviously, in advance of the work session. But I can sum it up there by saying the purchase of receivables program today is problematic. And there is significant costs and time associated with implementation with that component. But we remain open and certainly willing to talk with the sponsor and stakeholders to see if we can find some solutions.
Any questions for Mr. Cody at this time? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cody, can you just walk me through it, how how like a CCA would be managed differently with a receivable program versus like the standard offer, and how that could lead to bad debt.
Sure. And one of the things that I might suggest is that we have some of our professionals inside of Versant and potentially CMP as well talk a little bit more in detail about that. My understanding is that as proposed, the purchase of receivables program would ask the utilities to implement this as sort of a standard offer product. So the default product for any communities that choose to pursue these options. Because of the way that our billing system is programmed at Versant, we can only have one default supplier in the system. And so we've actually gone through studies not too long ago where we've examined what it might cost and what the timeline might be to pursue changes that would allow us to add, another default supplier or some other category. The costs are fairly significant to do that, and the time frame that we would need to accommodate those changes is fairly significant as well. Contrast that with competitive electricity providers. We already sort of have that model in our system, and obviously CEPs are added and taken away all the time. So there's a general model there. So we can accommodate that so long as we also answer some of the questions and considerations that we've listed here.
Okay. Additional questions at this time from Mr. Cody? Seeing none, thank you so much. I'd like to call up Kathleen Bowman, please. After that, we'll be moving on to neither for nor against folks who wish to testify neither for nor against. And that will be Carolyn Coleman up first for that. Welcome, Ms. Bowman.
Good afternoon, Chairman Sachs, members of the committee. I'm Kathleen Bowman from Central Maine Power Company. I really can do a me too to the other opponents of the bill, including that we do not oppose community choice aggregation at all. It's the elements of this bill. Certainly, the biggest concern is around the purchase of receivables and that sort of risk shift from the companies that are selling the energy and aggregating and then selling the energy to our other customers potentially. Our billing system is not designed or programmed to do this. When we designed it, it was back after restructuring to comply with the new concept of a standard offer provider and competitive energy choice. There's only those two options. We are always looking at our system to see if there are, changes that we can make. And if you were to pass something like this and we were to need to incorporate it, we're in the, $5 million, 5 years kind of estimates. And then you have to wonder, is there going to be another piece of legislation that passes to do it another way? And how much flexibility should we build into our system? Right now, there's only the two options. And I've listed a bunch of questions that would need to be resolved if we were to go forward with it. I did just also want to follow up on, I think it was Senator Bukowski that asked initially about the impact on other standard offer customers, and our resident guru, Sue Clary at CMP, expressed that concern immediately. She said, you've got to think about what this is going to do, because those bidders incorporate load certainty into their pricing. And I did hear from one of the proponents that, there's a way you could try and mitigate that, and other states are doing it. We'd be very interested in hearing more about that. But we would also express that concern for other standard offer customers. That I'll take any questions you have back to Sue.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Any questions at this time? Bowman. Seeing none, we thank you. We will turn now to those neither for nor against. I'd like to invite up Carolyn Coleman from Department of Energy Resources. After that would be Deirdre Snyder.
Good afternoon, Representative Sachs and members of the UT committee. My name is Caroline Cullen, Legislative Liaison for the Department of Energy Resources. I will skip some of the background information here, but note that, again, we see why these can be attractive options for communities that want more local control over their electricity sources. that may be more clean power than is offered by the default utility, or they might want to lock in a supply rate for a shorter or longer period of time than the standard offer provides. There is an existing entity in Maine, also heard about CEPs, but that offers a view into how this type of aggregation can serve certain types of customers, particularly municipal customers. Maine Power Options was created by the legislature in 1999. It serves as an aggregator for energy supply and service for many public serving and nonprofit organizations in Maine, including municipalities. They do group purchasing for fuel oil, electricity supply, and other services. It was just announced this month that Maine Power Options was acquired by Power Options, which provides similar resources in other New England states. Obviously, community choice aggregation is a little bit different, so it's designed not to just serve a municipal load or an education or nonprofit, but aggregate for all the residents of a particular town. I think such a model could offer additional choice in local decision-making over the supply and contracting options, and potential opportunities for savings if it's wisely implemented. Believe that to achieve the intended outcomes, the committee should carefully evaluate several questions and considerations related to program eligibility, program design and opt-out mechanisms, consumer protection and notification requirements, and the potential cost implications of program implementation. So I've included a list of some questions and considerations in those categories. Many have been discussed previously, but I'll just highlight a few. I think it would be good to make clear whether consumer-owned utilities are able to participate or not. If municipalities organizing these programs are allowed to design variable rate programs in addition to fixed rate programs. This committee has done a lot of work over the years, particular to CEP, consumer protection and notification requirements, and particularly around renewals of contracts and notification when like a certain percentage increase happens with the rate. So we want to make sure that the consumer protections that this committee has adopted for CEPs would similarly carry forward. And then also, we're also interested in if there are ways to mitigate the potential impacts of those shifting pools of supply customers on standard offer. For example, if Portland, Lewiston, or Bangor created a program and there's a significant decrease in standard offer consumers, I think that timing is really key. I think similar to healthcare, there's sort of a enrollment period, and then they know kind of what the pool is. So I think that would be something that'd be really critical to figure out. And then also the shift of risk of collections and bad debt. I think we should also consider if that is appropriate. And there's additional items here, but I'll let you read those on your own, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions at this time for Ms. Cullen? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Coleman. So the last bullet you had, the risk of collections and bad debt. And I should know this, but I don't. What is currently happening with CEPs where that might occur?
I unfortunately don't know how that occurs now. I think probably in both cases, it's worth making sure we feel we're doing that in an appropriate manner. But just something that stood out to me as I was reading that.
And there may be someone else in the audience who can answer that for the workshop.
Yes.
Any additional questions for Ms. Cullen at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your time and testimony. I'd like to welcome up Deirdre Schneider. And I will note for members of the committee that Tanya Emery from MMA did send an email. They have neither for nor against testimony that will be submitted on the portal. So we will look forward to that. Welcome, Ms. Schneider.
Thank you. Representative Sachs and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Deirdre Schneider, testifying neither for nor against the sponsor's amendment to LD 2112 on behalf of the Public Utilities Commission. LD 2112 allows a municipality or group of municipalities to engage an aggregator to aggregate the electric load of its residential and small commercial electricity customers to procure electricity on their behalf. While the commission is supportive of proposals that provide electricity customers with more options regarding their supply, we do have a couple concerns with LD 2112. One concern is the potential impact this could have on the price of standard offer service. The potential for large losses in the load a standard offer provider is serving could lead to the addition of higher risk premiums. However, through the rulemaking authority provided in 2112 to establish the procedures necessary for a municipality or group of municipalities to establish a community choice aggregation program and obtain plan approval, we may be able to implement provisions to minimize those impacts to standard offer service. The commission also has concerns with the requirement that the utilities purchase receivables and that the utilities assume all the risks associated with customer non-payment. If the utility is responsible for the bad debt associated with the CCA program, it would appear that costs associated with that program may be shifted to other ratepayers, effectively leading to non-CCA customers subsidizing the program. It also shifts the administrative burdens to the utility, including any billing system changes that may need to be done to accommodate a CCA program, which may also lead to further cost shifting. This becomes especially troublesome if municipalities with larger populations and higher incomes elect to establish a CCA program, because that may disproportionately impact those with lower incomes. Lastly, if moving forward, the commission requests that the bill require the initiation of rulemaking by January 1st, 2027, instead of requiring that adoption be completed by January 1st, 2027. As the commission is required to adopt rules relating to program establishment, program approval, consumer protections, purchase of receivables, and opt-out procedures. This will be a significant undertaking, and the commission envisions conducting an inquiry before initiating rulemaking, as well as looking at other jurisdictions that have adopted CCA programs to learn from their experiences. I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide additional information for the work session.
Thank you very much. Questions at this time? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Schneider. So if I go back to my orange testimony,
Yes.
I asked a question about why isn't the PUC, who, as we discovered last session, has ability to put out standard offer bids in any manner of ways. Why aren't we doing that now with the large group of 90% of ratepayers that are on the standard offer being being available to try to get a lower price?
So I think there's a few things at play here. First, I think, sometimes there'll be times where these CEPs or CCAs have lower prices because of the timing of when they procure it. But overall, if you look at the long-term thing, oftentimes our prices are lower in the long term. I think, as we stated in the report we submitted at the end of December, we are currently looking at differing ways to procure standard offer service, and I think are likely to be making that change in this upcoming years. When we're going out for our next supply, of doing things differently to try some new things that might help get better pricing. And I think it's also important to note that, there's been several bills this past few sessions where the legislatures indicated the desire for more stable and less volatile pricing, and stable pricing doesn't necessarily equal lowest prices. So trying to achieve stability doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to get the lowest prices. So we've been trying to balance that directive that we've been given. And I don't know about this year, but I also know in the past several years prior to this year, out of all in New England, we were one of the lower prices for standard offer service in general. I think last year, maybe one other. And they do it a little differently than we do it too in most of the other states. So I think, like I said, that report in December, we talk about multiple things that we're exploring. We're still exploring those right now. We've been meeting on it. We've been doing stuff. We've been talking with suppliers, and we're looking to do some stuff different this next time around.
Representative Warren, you have a question for Deirdre Snyder?
Yes, thank you. Would you have any sense in states that have adopted this? I think we're hearing it's around 10. The level of adoption that we're talking about, does it tend to inevitably have an impact on the standard offer all other ratepayers, or is that dependent on how many adopt and maybe there's a fair amount of variation there?
I don't know offhand. I can look into that. I know one of the things we were thinking through was, if we're having to do rulemaking for this, you may be doing some requirements that were timing that the load's not leaving in the middle, like they would have to be before we're doing another procurement. So people knew what the load was, so they weren't maybe putting in as many risk premiums. So there were some things that we could do to maybe mitigate those impacts, those potential impacts. But I don't necessarily know what the other experience has been in other states, but I can take a look and see if I can get that information.
What's up?
Could I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. Is maybe it's for the work session, but is it your sense that it's a bit inevitable that if there's a fair amount of success with a program like this, that it will negatively impact all other ratepayers, or is there a way that it's functionally not a zero-sum game?
I bring that back for work session. I mean, I will note, I mean, it sounds like from what we're hearing, Massachusetts has a lot of buy-in and they have lower prices and the standard offer is still higher than the aggregators prices. So I don't know if that's any actual correlation. But I can look into that more thoroughly and see if we can find any evidence or any information to share.
Thank you. Additional questions for the PUC? Seeing none, thank you
you.
so much for your time and attention. That brings us to the conclusion of our public hearing on LD 2112. Been asked to take a quick 5-minute break and then we will come right back to 2113. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring us back together. We have one more public hearing this afternoon. I'd like to open the public hearing for LD 2113, an act to align long-range grid strategy with the state energy plan and strengthen integrated grid planning. So we will look to Representative Rente to come back on the screen to introduce his bill. Welcome back, Representative Rente.
Hello, hello. Let me just quickly get up here. This is a little long on the long side, so please bear with me. Senator Lawrence and Representative Sachs and fellow members of the EUT committee. Integrated grid planning is really one of the most important tools to achieve affordable, reliable, resilient electricity service. The intent of this bill is to address a structural gap in how we plan and regulate and invest in the grid. We've made a lot of progress in grid planning, and there's several ongoing proceedings looking at a variety of topics, but they are still not well aligned in timing, scope, or accountability, and this bill is intended to fix that. The overarching problem was clearly illustrated in the relationship between CMP's most recent rate case filed last September and its required 10-year integrated grid plan, the IGP, filed in December. The IGP should have preceded the rate filing so it could inform the discussion of investment decisions, but there was no statutory requirement for it to do so. And in fact, in the deliberations that ultimately led to the dismissal of the case, Commissioner Scully observed, "I don't think we have the authority to dismiss the case simply because CMP filed this rate case in advance of their filing of the required plan. The legislature could have imposed such a restriction had it intended this result." And that highlights the problem here. And the question I raise is, what's the value of the IGP, a long-term plan, if later rate cases are inconsistent with its elements? And furthermore, should the plan be left solely to the utility and then only treated as advisory rather than formally adopted and enforced? LD 2113 answers these questions by establishing a commission-adopted 10-year IGP that's developed by the Department of Energy Resources rather than the utilities, as is the case now. It would be developed with strong utility involvement and include stakeholder input as well as consultation with the PUC and other agencies. And future utility filings, rate filings, would then need to demonstrate consistency with that plan. Adoption doesn't mean pre-authorization. It means that the commission has endorsed the strategic direction, and that direction is grounded in data and input and public engagement for future rate cases, so that capital investment plans can be evaluated against a common statewide framework. Now, who develops the IGP does matter. When planning is utility-led, the focus naturally reflects the utility's core responsibilities: reliability, capital deployment, and financial recovery. They're all very legitimate, but they're not the only ones the state needs to weigh. By assigning the IGP development to the Department of Energy Resources, 2113 ensures that affordability, demand-side solutions, climate risk, and alternatives that reduce or defer capital investment are considered on equal footing. Utilities remain essential contributors, but the plan itself reflects a broader public interest lens. And just as important, the plan needs to reflect systems thinking, recognizing that infrastructure, electrification, distributed resources, technology adoption, they all interact. And so you can't go optimizing individual projects or individual proceedings in isolation. So 2113 makes it clear that the long-range plan needs to be more than a forecast or just a list of projects. It needs to be scenario-based. We're looking at very uncertain futures, and it needs to be forward-looking. it needs to explicitly evaluate non-wires alternatives, grid enhancing technologies, distributed energy resources, flexible demand, but prioritize capital efficient strategies that maximize existing assets before you go build new infrastructure, and include measurable objectives that support accountability and performance-based regulation. Now, what's the problem here? What happens without a consistency requirement? And so I did a little brief thought experiment here, and let's assume that a rule already existed requiring rate cases to be consistent with an adopted IGP. And then let's assume that CMP's December IGP was in fact adopted. How did their September rate case filing line up with the standard had that been the case? Now, I'm not going to go through it in detail, but you can look at the table that's included in the testimony, and you can see that there were a lot of areas where if that hypothetical were the case, the rate case would have fallen short in several areas. Now, the CMP IGP itself certainly does demonstrate meaningful progress, and it does align in some ways with 2113 by identifying system needs before proposing solutions and considering multiple scenarios. And it provides a roadmap for foundational investments, data integration, et cetera. But it lacks enforceable measures. It doesn't establish any kind of decision hierarchy that prioritizes capital efficient or non-wire solutions before approving traditional infrastructure. It also doesn't define standardized screening criteria, cost-benefit analysis, procurement pathways for non-wires alternatives. While it mentions a shift towards time series planning, it doesn't set any clear milestones or decision rules. So even in those areas where there is some alignment between what was filed in the rate case and the IGP, what you can see is in the intent of trying to comply alone isn't sufficient. Without a plan that's adopted and has some enforcement capability that can translate these concepts into explicit standards, rate cases could proceed without really any meaningful connection to planning. And that's what I'm trying to highlight here. What Versant's IGP shows is that it treats the grid plan as a forward-looking system planning document rather than some proxy for what capital you want to put where or what kind of cost recovery you have. And it does model electrification and distributed energy growth. Importantly, their IGP defines a 10-year grid needs envelope and identifies a set of no-regret solutions. And that provides the baseline you need to have a consistency requirement for the rate cases. Now, this is not whether one utility is better than another, but what it demonstrates is the tools that you would need to develop an IGP that looks like what 2113 is trying to achieve are certainly available and out there able to be, you don't have to invent anything new. But without this structure, what you risk is you've got two separate long-range visions for a single interconnected grid, one from CMP, the other from Versant. Neither would be binding on the other, nor would they necessarily reflect the unified state strategy. So in order for this 10-year plan and consistency with it to be real, that's really what 2113 is trying to accomplish. Its main principles are, let's use what we already have first. Before you put in new poles, wires, and substations, the plan should require them to show that other options, cheaper options like fixing bottlenecks, using smarter controls, upgrading software, adding storage, or customer-side solutions that reduce demand at peak times. It has to show clear statewide way to use cheaper alternatives. There should be one set of rules for the whole state that explains how utilities must look for and evaluate non-wires options, not necessarily alternatives, like energy efficiency, demand response, batteries, etc. It should give explicit requirement. It should have explicit requirements for time series and scenario-based planning. If the bottom line in the CMP rate case was that they ended up with there was some talk of scenario-based time series, but they went with a single line. This is the way things are going to be throughout the period throughout the cycle that they were trying to address in the rate case. It needs to offer a way to check whether the utility spending matches the plan. When a utility asks for rate increases or construction projects, it should have to show exactly how those fit into the long-range plan and what other options were considered. And then you got to be able to track results. So without those elements, you have an IGP that maybe provides information, but is it really guiding real action? So LD 2113 is intentionally technology neutral and builds on existing statutory tools. It doesn't change who builds the grid, but rather how Maine determines what should be built, when it gets built, and why. So by aligning the rate cases and the capital investment decisions with the IGP, the bill seeks to optimize the use of the existing grid, increase reliance on modern technologies and smarter planning, and avoid unnecessary spending, all while maintaining reliability and resilience. Now, I hope there's consensus on the challenges that I've pointed out here with the way we're doing things now. My bill is intended to highlight the issues and provide a solution. So I look forward to the committee's questions and the testimony of others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Questions at this time for the sponsor? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate it. I would like to invite up, if I could, again, Chair's prerogative to bring in the impacted agency, DOER, since you're tasked with, and you're neither for nor against, I'd like you to come up if you could next to do some testimony, and then we will move to Peter Fitzgerald, who is online in support of the bill. But he left already. Okay. Well, Mr. Fitzgerald, if you're listening, come on back. Hello. Thank you very much, Ms. Colon, for coming and testifying on 2113, neither for nor against.
Hello again, Representative Sachs and members of the UT Committee. It's Caroline Colon, Legislative Liaison for the Department of Energy Resources. CMP and Versant Power have recently filed the first statutorily required integrated grid plans with the PUC. The submission of these plans marks a critical milestone in implementing the Governor's Landmark Utility Accountability Law enacted in 2022, which requires large electric utilities to prepare 10-year plans to improve system reliability and resilience and enable the cost-effective achievement of the state's greenhouse gas reduction obligations. There are several parts of this process that we've gone through over the years, including the PUC's identification of priorities for these plans. 3 key priorities that they identified are 1, reliability and resilience improvements, 2, improvements in data quality and integrity to maximize its use in distribution system planning, and 3, the promotion of flexible management of consumers' resources and energy consumption. These plans are important foundational documents to help ensure necessary upgrades to Maine's aging grid are achieved in the most affordable manner and that the electric grid is prepared to meet Maine's needs for years to come. DOER staff are in the midst of reviewing the components of these plans as we speak, hundreds of pages, and the department looks forward to engaging in the details before the commission over the next couple months.
We also encourage interested stakeholders to do the same. Public comments are being accepted on each of the utilities grid plans until March 15th, and I've put the docket number in there as well. We agree with the bill sponsor that this is it's essential to get these plans right. However, it may be premature to revise the process before the first planning cycle is complete. We expect that the initial round of reviewing these integrated grid plans will help yield clear understanding of where improvements and additional clarity are needed in this process and what is in the plans. We would welcome the opportunity to work collaboratively with the sponsor, the committee, utilities, and the commission to advise those refinements. But at this time, we respectfully recommend using this legislation as a vehicle to discuss what those potential improvements for the future IGPs are at a high level, while deferring significant changes as are proposed to this process until the plans have been fully reviewed. Should the committee move forward with this legislation, we have several additional pieces of feedback that we would be happy to provide. To take any questions now or bring things back for the work session.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Colligan, for being here. I don't know if you were at the conference on energy that was held at USM this summer, but while there was a presentation by CMP of what was in their rate request. And it was astonishing to me how much money they were asking for and how much all of that money was about things that would increase their profits without looking at affordability at all. And so I just want to ask you, it seems like time is marching on, rate cases are marching on, and the time to really require planning that takes into account more than what an individual for-profit utility would like to do is now. Love for you to comment on that. I just don't think we have the kind of time you're talking about.
Thank you for the question, Representative Geiger. For example, Central Maine Power recently submitted their rate case to the Public Utilities Commission. Staff in our office, we asked that case to be taken off the deck because we felt very strongly that until we had the grid plan, it'd be very hard for it to be adequately, their rate request to be adequately evaluated for that long-term decision. What, are those decisions and investments that they're putting forward justified? Are they the best options? Do they take into account distributed resources or flexibility? Things like that. Is it the most affordable option? So for us, it was really important for us to say, you just spent, several years doing, public engagement on these plans. And we had a process at the PUC where they were identifying the key priorities they want to see in these plans to justify investments in rate cases. So we thought it was really critical to take advantage of all that time that has been spent digging into this and have it in those plans in front of us before the commission makes a decision on those investments that they've put forward for the next 5 years. And really say, the plans are coming out in a couple weeks. Let's not ignore those 2 years of work that we just did. Let's dig into them and use that to say, yes, this is justified. Yes, that's the most affordable thing. Or no, maybe you shouldn't do this. Maybe you should do this in year 4 of your rate plan rather than year 1. So we think this is, probably more efficient to use this process we've set up and tweak it, but not set up a whole new process of how we create these grid plans and approve them. I think the utilities, I think the commission will all have some ideas about how to clarify statute and particularly this section of law around the IGPs to make them better the next round. But I think that will be much more efficient than putting forward a whole new way of designing these plans and who's doing it and how.
Representative Warren, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you. This may be for the work session, but I appreciate you being here and for your comments. And I wanted to get your direct response to something that the sponsor touched on about who is developing an integrated grid plan and future planning. And one quote that I thought was very striking was, when planning is utility-led, the focus naturally reflects the utility's core responsibilities, which are system reliability, capital deployment, and financial recovery. Those are legitimate considerations, but they are not the only ones the state must weigh. So I just wanted to get your sense. It seems like the sponsor and the pieces in this bill are trying to center what he quotes as affordability, demand-side solutions, climate risk, and alternatives that reduce or defer capital investments on equal footing. And it seems like he defines this as, quote, the plan itself reflects a broader public interest lens. So I guess I wanted to get your feedback. I absolutely appreciate the governor's position and work, but just who is leading or guiding certain conversations may limit them in some ways. And I guess I wanted to get your sense. Do you feel that that is a fair critique or a reason why someone might be interested in this bill, despite work that's been done?
Thank you for the question. I mean, last session, this committee considered and advanced a bill that encouraged greater coordination and consideration of plans such as the state energy plan. That's a high level policy document that's really setting out how we can meet the targets established in law and the statutory requirements that are in law. And I think that it's very important that they do consider that, and that in the commission's review, they also sort of check that it is meeting those requirements. But at the same time, I think there would be some challenges in us taking it on for a few reasons. We're a 20-person policy organization. We don't have the kind of in-depth system knowledge that a company that manages their physical system that has hundreds of employees does. And I think that knowledge is really critical for informing these kinds of plans. We also are not the regulators of what prudent investment decisions are in that system. I think we have an important role to play in, evaluating and, identifying what deficiencies may be in the plans that have just been set out. But I think it would be challenging for us to kind of take on that leadership role. I recognize that there is collaboration set up in this, but I think that may be challenging, and there may be more efficient ways to improve the collaboration between the different entities that could result in better plans.
Follow-up, Representative Warren?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that feedback. If I could just put a little bit more precise point on it, it sounds like what I heard in your response was that the capacity of the department is perhaps limited to do that, but would it be understandable to the department why a approach that is not led or planned by a utility would perhaps factor in different considerations and be more consistent with the public interest?
Yeah, I think certain parts of this definitely resonate with me, but I do recognize that if we were to do this, we'd have to certainly put a high cost on either hiring additional staff to help us take on this kind of effort, or hiring additional experts to help us do this. So it'd be a challenge with our current capacity. And so I I think kind of weighing, you know, how you get access to particular types of expertise that I think are really critical to making sure these plans are what they need to be.
Thank you. Additional questions for Ms. Colon? I have one, if I could. I said, should the committee move forward legislation? I admit that I am intrigued by the central question of this, of who develops it and what you ask for it, because I was involved in 1959, which is legislation you're talking about in the 130th. And things have evolved significantly since then. And so it is, for me, prudent that this question comes before us. So I would be interested for the work session to have additional feedback.
Sure.
Regarding that, including any estimate of the capacity that would be needed by DOER, it should such a realignment happen. Any additional questions?
Thank you. I'll bring that back.
Thank you. Seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Cullen, for your time and testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
I just want to note, Seth Berry couldn't stay, who's a proponent, so he is asked me to tell the committee his testimony will be online. Wanted to double check and see if Mr. Fitzgerald was able to come back and join us. No, okay. So we will move on then to opponents of the legislation. We will invite up Alf Anderson first, and then Mr. Cody from Versant. Welcome, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Nice to see you all. Once again, I'm Alf Anderson with AARP Maine. We're opposed to the proposed LD 2113 because it seems there'll be some duplicative integrated grid plans, which would require additional ratepayer cost to create what the legislature's already required that the investor-owned T&D utilities must do to expend funds that will be paid for by ratepayers so that DOER can duplicate what the utilities have been required to do does not seem necessary. Both CMP and Versant Power have spent several years with extensive public outreach and stakeholder opportunities for input to produce integrated grid plans that reflect the legislature's mandate. Section 2 of that law requires that the grid plans must reflect the following. I won't read that whole section, but it's in the written testimony there, requiring that the PUC initiate a proceeding to identify priorities to be addressed in a filing by a covered utility regarding a grid plan assist in a cost-effective transition to a clean, affordable, reliable electric grid. The resulting utility grid plans must conform to the priorities identified in this section. The Commission has issued an order setting forth those priorities, so there's no basis for concluding that competing plans is a reasonable use of scarce and overburdened ratepayer funds. Furthermore, the mandate in Section 6 of this proposed bill to adopt performance-based regulatory mechanisms does not seem necessary. The PUC has just recently initiated a docket regarding multi-year rate plans. So rather than the legislature mandating exactly what should be in these PBR mechanisms, it would seem prudent to allow the Commission to identify the proper criteria for inclusion in its upcoming proceeding. The criteria proposed in Section 6 also do not include any assurance that rates and bills will be affordable and that vulnerable customers can afford essential electric service, which should be a priority and be explicitly mentioned in our view. In closing, grid plans should not be implemented without consideration of rate and bill impacts, short and long-term affordability, and whether, for example, increasing rates to achieve the stated priorities can actually be affordable for residential customers. Happy to answer or try and answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Anderson? I have one. So again, I've not talked to the sponsor about this, but my understanding is it would not be duplicative. It would just be a shift in responsibility. So instead of a utility driven grid plan that is based on IOU's criteria or capabilities or interest, that it would shift to DOER. Would that make a difference in your testimony?
I think in the short term, it seems duplicative, right? To start a process this year for DOER to start a long range grid plan process seems like it's sort of along the lines of what, I don't want to speak for everyone, what Ms. Colin was saying. The process is already like long in process. So why not work with what's already there? If this were to say, starting in 2030, that might make more sense to us. You get a little more perspective at that point.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for being here. I'd like to invite up Mr. Cody next and then Craig Nail. Welcome.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Again, I'm James Cody on behalf of Versant Power, here in respectful opposition to 2113. Let me first hand out my test.
Lynn was ready. I will note, Lynn was ready. No, I have allowed, so I paused it to start again. Yeah. Go right ahead, Mr. Cody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you'll see in the testimony that is now being handed out, we would draw your attention to sort of three considerations and concerns that we have with the legislation. The first, obviously, is a consideration and concern that you've heard from folks previous to me, that we are just beginning to get through the end of this process, the first round of the integrated grid planning process. That process has been unprecedented in terms of the amount of participation, collaboration, input, stakeholder engagement. So we are just getting to the end of that process, and think it's wise that we sort of evaluate how that process lands, what it looks like, what it accomplished. And notably, there is opportunity at the end of this process, which I think the commission and others have the ability to do, which is to solicit input about what the next iteration of the integrated grid plans will look like, and how maybe we can comport some of the considerations that Representative Runte has proposed in LD 2113 into the next round of the integrated grid plans. The second consideration that we'd bring to your attention, and on page 2, you'll see listed in 4 bullets, is a lot of the work that is already being taken place at the Public Utilities Commission, the Department of Energy Resources, the Public Advocate's Office, and the Efficiency Main Trust on many of the topics and issues that are contemplated in this legislation. So to the extent that we are interested in reducing or eliminating redundancy, there's a lot of work happening on these topics, and we think that that ought to be a consideration of the committee as you evaluate this new planning process going forward. Third, I would just note, and Madam Chair, I think you were beginning to talk about this a little bit. We have a bit of a different view in terms of how these plans should be developed. And that is, we believe that the utilities really should have a hand in leading the process and being sort of the first pen on what these plans look like. That doesn't mean that stakeholders shouldn't be involved. That doesn't mean that the commission and other state agencies shouldn't evaluate what the utilities propose and seek to plan for. But as the utility and with the grid that we're in charge of providing safe and reliable service to our customers, we think it's really integral that not people like me, but people like Dave Norman, who you heard from last week, and so many others inside of those operations offices at the utility are a key component to developing these plans. And lastly, I know my time is running out, but I will just note that obviously Versant Power is an investor-owned utility, but I would note that we are relatively small in scale and in staff size. And as I hope the committee has noticed over the last several years, the company takes these policy priorities and engagement seriously. They put serious staff time into those. And so prioritizing where we spend our time is important. And we think that maybe this additional long-term grid planning process is maybe not where we should focus in the near term, but see if we can augment the existing processes that we currently have to achieve some of what Representative Runte is proposing.
Questions for Mr. Cody? Although one could argue if it's no longer utility led, but led by another department, that may reduce the cost and time.
My understanding and read of the legislation is that this would maintain or retain the integrated grid planning process as it is currently envisioned and would add an additional long-term grid planning process at the DOER that sort of layers over the top of that.
We can certainly clarify that with the sponsor. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cody. So to that point that you made about you having on staff knowledgeable experts in the field, so to speak, to help lead the efforts as Versant, small company, relatively speaking, looks at your grid planning. And I think the point that I got from Ms. Colin's testimony is that the DOER would most likely, not having that expertise in-house, be hiring consultants to do the work. And it would seem to me that that would add costs overall to the taxpayer, the ratepayers, versus, as you indicated, how you might, Versant might handle it now. Is that, am I getting that right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think no matter what, whether it's through rates or through taxes, somebody's going to pay for expert witnesses and consultants to be able to develop the draft of these plans. Now, there are also costs when the utilities do that as well. But we're talking, I believe, about two separate processes. And I think it's important to note, there's no resistance to having outside consultants and outside agencies confirm the data and information that we're providing and make sure, that it passes the straight face test and is aligned with state policy goals. That's absolutely fair game. I think, to your point, I think, there's certainly cost efficiencies and process efficiencies if the utility has the ability to lead the process.
Thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none. And for clarification, getting a text from the sponsor. No, thank you, Mr. Cody. He says he should have made it clear that this does not duplicate in case that it's for proceeds in the future. So in case other folks with testimony want to address that coming up. I'd like to invite up Craig Nail from CMP as our final opponent of 2113. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Senator Lawrence, Representative Sachs. Good afternoon. My name is Craig Nail. I'm Senior Director of Regulatory Affairs at Central Maine Power Company. Also testifying respectfully in opposition to LD 2113 for several of the same reasons that you've already heard. The first is that we're still in the middle of this long-term grid planning process that the legislature set up through 1959 and 2022. The commission opened a docket to begin that process in November of 2022. We saw an order setting priorities for grid plan filings in July of 2024, so about an 18-month process with about 13 workshops with a number of stakeholders involved to help identify those priorities. Once we got that order, the legislation provided that the utilities had 18 months to develop their grid plans. So about 18 months of planning what would be in those plans with stakeholders, 18 months of the utilities developing those plans with the input of stakeholders as well. So again, we've just filed these, CMP filed its IGP back in December, and we've got a March 15th, I think, deadline for comments to be received on those plans. So we do urge that we, continue the process that the legislature has already set us down here. This again, reading the legislation and our testimony assumes that there would be a parallel grid planning process at the DOER. The primary concern with the DOER developing this is that the language in the bill that would require the PUC to adopt the DOER's plan. And then the utilities would need to propose rate cases and capital plans that are consistent with that plan. This blurs the line between the policy development work, the grid planning work that the utilities are doing, and the independent adjudicatory role of the commission. It risks turning the DOER's plan into de facto pre-approval outside of the commission's normal fact-based adjudicatory process. Another challenge with requiring the PUC to adopt the DOER plan is that it would essentially force the utilities to defend a plan that they didn't create. So in rate cases, the utility bears the burden of proof. This would put us in the awkward position of having to defend a plan that we didn't create and we may not agree with, and may not even be technically feasible to implement. Again, this is unworkable and undermines the integrity of the rate setting process that is normally done independently at the PUC. We respectfully do question the ability of the staff of the DOER to produce such a technical document with all due respect to the policy development work that goes on at the department. But the system planners, the engineers, the people who are responsible for storm response, the people who are responsible for customer service, the people with historical system knowledge, the obligation to provide safe and responsible service. These are fundamental inputs to a quality grid plan that really would be very difficult to replicate and potentially very expensive to replicate with outside experts.
And you've exceeded your 3 minutes, Mr. Neal. Is there one last thing that you'd like to say regarding your testimony?
No, I think I just wanted to add the costs and the potential for this to be a political process versus, again, an independent adjudicatory process where all parties are welcome to present their inputs before the commission before any investment proposals are made.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Geiger. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Nail, for being here. So I guess my question to you is, CMP and other public utilities are for-profit based monopolies granted a guaranteed rate of return, and in return, they are supposed to serve the people of Maine. How is it at odds with that mission that the state should employ a role in determining what's best and what is the direction, and therefore the utilities to determine how best to meet that direction?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I don't think we disagree at all with the strategic planning. I know the DOER is undertaking some transmission planning work right now. The biannual state energy plan. Those are all very, very valuable processes that the state undertakes. Obviously, the Office of the Public Advocate has a strong role in reviewing any investment proposals that are brought before the commission. And it's I think it's the role of the stakeholders who are involved and the commission itself to determine what is a prudent investment, what is a just and reasonable return. And that's the system that we follow currently.
Additional questions at this time? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Neal, for being here. As this may be part of a succession plan, I could be wrong, but I think this is the first time I've had a chance to ask you a question at the podium, and it could be my last. So I just want to clarify. I'm going to make it very easy for you. The next to last paragraph in your testimony seems to answer the question that I asked of Versant. Am I accurate in that conclusion?
The potential cost was not addressed in the bill language, whether it would be taxpayer funded or ratepayer funded, but that is a main concern that we have, that just again, the institutional knowledge, the historical knowledge, the obligation, the responsibility of the people at the utility to provide quality storm response services, to ensure safety, to ensure system reliability, to plan for capacity needs over the near term into the 5 or 10 year long period. I think that's going to be really difficult knowledge to replicate through an outside expert that would be expensive to do as well.
Good. Thank you, Madam Chair. So is it also safe to say that probably folks that are on staff at both of our major utilities can look back at past history better than most consultants, and especially when we consider how unique the state of Maine's grid system is and the challenges that you face. CMP especially and Versant, former Bangor Hydro, have history they can look back on as they look ahead in this process. Is that safe to say is an advantage for you folks doing that?
I think it's a strong advantage, yeah. And I mean, the people who are working on these systems are, have master's degrees in engineering, they live in our communities. They, they care deeply. I had the the good fortune to be pretty involved in the development of CMP's grid plan and worked closely with these people for kind of closer than I normally would. And just the level of their dedication and their knowledge about the system was impressive to me.
Thank you. Representative Warren, you had a question for Mr. Neal.
Yeah, I just in reflection of what's happening in our communities, I'm sure it's not a surprise to say that I represent a community that are largely CMP customers, and there's a lot of mistrust and distrust, and part of that is related to a feeling that we're being overcharged for less than quality service or reliability or cost for what we're getting around these services. And so I guess I wanted to pose the question that I think was discussed as part of the sponsor's testimony and that I posed to the department. Can you understand why there might be a sense or responsibility here that is different when it's the state doing that level of planning in the public interest, considering a whole variety of needs versus a company who does have to prioritize the profit motive and the needs of their shareholders, and partly a legal responsibility to do so. Could you speak to that a little bit? Maybe whether you think that's a reasonable consideration here?
Yes, thank you, Representative Warren, for the question. A couple thoughts. One is just the position that this legislation puts the utility in terms of being responsible for the outcomes of a plan that is not developed by it. So I think that's potentially challenging and could make the situation that you're describing even worse. So that would be a real concern, I think, for us is just the potential for a plan that is not informed by the the needs that the people who work at the utility are experiencing and think need to be addressed. Potential for those needs not to be included in an investment plan or a 10-year plan that seems quite likely. And if the system needs are not being addressed, then that feeling of the system not serving people may increase. So I think that would be another the other piece of this is that the DOER proposed grid plan just may not propose the proper investments, and it could lead to increased costs down the line because certain needs are not being met.
Representative Warren, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, I wanted to just further clarify, is it understandable that critique that a utility will be ultimately responsible for serving the needs of shareholders or the profit motive versus perhaps a perspective that a impartial entity responsible for energy resources might have a perspective that's more in the public interest? Is that understandable, maybe especially with a certain reflection around public trust or where performance is?
I can say that operating purely in the interest of shareholders is not in our best interest. It's
that's not what I said.
That would
I
not
apologize
lead
if I misspoke, but that is ultimately a responsibility. Does that make sense?
I think again, our interests are in providing safe and reliable service to our customers. That is the company's obligation, and that's how we undertake our work. To do anything other than that would I think make the problem that you're describing far worse.
Okay. If I could follow up with one question, Mr. Neal, thank you. Again, this process laid out by the bill, and I'd like a clarifying question, does not say that there would not be utility involvement. In fact, it strongly wants utility involvement. It's clearly just shifting the organizing body to DOER, not in a duplicative, but in a next iteration of the plan. Now that we've had time to think about it, it seems better served because you could then align the grid plan with many aspects, and that CMP would not be expected necessarily. I would assume that you would come to the DOER in the stakeholder proceedings, much like you're doing now, to say, here are the things that truly would be possible, so that there wouldn't be something in there that would be possible. Is that, so would you envision if this were to go through, that of course you would be a valued stakeholder in this process?
Thank you, Representative. Yes, I mean, I do expect that the sponsor and the legislation contemplates the utilities would be at the table, of course, yeah. But I think just to pull back a little bit, and even with the current grid planning process, this is, this started back in November of 2022. They were due in January of 2026. And just having been involved in this for a lot of that period, I do question a bit the weight that is being given to these plans. It's very difficult to do a 18-month, or I'm not sure how long this one would be due in August of this year, but a long-term grid plan is going to need to be flexible. It's not going to solve all problems for all people, because conditions are going to change. I don't think the utilities are going to be able to address that core issue. I don't think the DOER, I don't think any entity is going to be able to address that core need for flexibility, for the ability to change, for the ability to meet changing circumstances. And I think that's really where the adjudicatory process at the commission has its role, is that people can bring, their own perspectives, the latest information with them, and make the case of the PUC, and the decision that the PUC makes is going to be made at the time when the investments are approved and the impacts are felt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think we disagree, but we'll leave it there. Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Neal. We will now move to those who are neither for nor against. I'd like to invite up the public advocate, Heather Sanborn, and then Deirdre Schneider.
Good afternoon. We really appreciate the importance of a robust grid planning process to prepare our electric grid for affordably meeting Maine's energy policy goals. CMP and Versant recently submitted their first IGPs to the PUC. Indeed, Versant filed their plan just last week. The OPA is currently reviewing these plans and will participate in the PUC docket to analyze the fitness of the plans to meet our current challenges. We expect to collectively learn many lessons from this first iteration of the IGP process. For example, the process has already highlighted for us at the OPA how quickly load growth forecasts can become stale and render the long-term plan itself stale. Consider just two key federal policy moments that bracketed the creation of our first IGPs. The Inflation Reduction Act passed in August of 2022 with huge tax credits and incentives for electrification of transportation and distributed energy resources. And the One Big Beautiful Bill Act passed in July of 2025, largely repealing the tax credit and incentives put in place in the IRA. The IGPs were mandated to take into account the imagined future world where the IRA would remain in force. But by the time the IGPs were finalized, those incentives were already gone. Long-range planning is important, but such planning cannot be static or episodic. It needs to be iterative and continuous. Long-range planning should not be built around a particular static load forecast, but rather should be designed to shape the load forecast itself so that the grid we need can be built for the lowest possible cost. Ultimately, each investment in the grid that a utility decides to make should be based on the very best information available at the time the investment decision is made. Investment decisions should not be artificially limited or directed by an approved plan that may be several years old by the time of the actual decision to commit ratepayer funds to a particular project. Before we pass additional legislation to require yet another grid plan to be created by a different entity, we should carefully reflect on the lessons of the IGPs that have just been filed, and literally I have not been able to read Versant's plan yet. I have read CMPs. And then we should consider whether to revise the existing IGP statute, augment or replace it with a more independent IGP process like the one presented in this bill, or do something else entirely to ensure that our utilities are continuously planning for an affordable future grid. I welcome your questions and would be pleased to provide additional information for the work session.
Thank you very much. Questions for Public Advocate Sanborn at this time? Representative McIntyre, why not? He says. I'll go for it. Go ahead.
Glad to be back. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Public Advocate Sanborn. I sensed a bit of passion in that presentation. So I am equally passionate on certain aspects, and there's been a theme in some of our discussions earlier today about the importance of expanding our scope of collaboration, a very popular word around here. How important do you think that it would be that this bill, whatever it looks like at the end, includes a directed focus on interstate planning?
Oh, that's an interesting question, Representative McIntyre. That is not where I thought you were going. So in any case, I think that's that is an important piece of this. As you know, ISO New England has embarked on a long-term transmission planning process, and certainly the state of Maine's grid does not operate in a vacuum. And one of the things that we may find as a lesson from our current IGP process is that trying to divorce the distribution grid from the transmission grid is difficult and creates some blind spots perhaps in our current IGP process, which is focused on the distribution grid and not the transmission grid. But I think there are a lot of other lessons, particularly around affordability. One of my really big concerns is that we had a moment in 2023, 2024, and maybe the beginning of 2025 when we believed that adoption of electric vehicles was going to look like a hockey stick, and we were just on this path toward everybody driving an EV in the next decade. I think that because of a number of choices as well as just sort of trends in customer adoption, we're not going to see that. And that has major affordability impacts for our grid. So we really need to make sure that we aren't getting ourselves into a place where we are committing our valuable ratepayer dollars to a plan that does not accurately reflect the conditions on the ground at the time the investments are actually being made, and that we're not overbuilding for a future that probably will arrive, but might arrive a decade or more later than we expected.
Additional questions for public advocates. Representative Warren.
Thank you so much. Just to pick up on your response there, it sounds like you're considering different types of reforms to this process, but maybe ones that aren't really explicitly in this bill, or am I maybe misunderstanding some of the pieces that you're speaking about? It sounds like you're neither for nor against, but ultimately it would be your perspective to wait until the current work finishes. Is that correct?
I think that's a good summary of where we're at, Representative Warren. I think we do not think the current process is perfect. In fact, we think there are some real basic fundamental flaws, including that the forecast from the 2024 CELT was mandated to be a static forecast on which these IGPs were built. And to us, that means they are of limited utility because they have arrived to us at a time where we know that self-forecast is incorrect. And not just a little incorrect, but like massively incorrect in a couple of important regards with regard to transportation, electrification in particular. So the other thing I think that's so important is we're really focused on this idea at the OPA that we don't have to just accept what the future load forecast could look like. We get to shape that future load forecast. So what does that mean, shaping load forecast? It means doing things like ensuring that when those electric vehicles do show up, every single kilowatt hour that gets charged at someone's home is on an off-peak hour. The current ISO planning documents suggest only 10% of that EV load will come in off-peak. Well, that's crazy. It's easy for us to ensure that folks are charging in the middle of the night. That's when their car is parked in their driveway or in their garage. So we get to shape that future. We shouldn't just build for some set of parameters. We can shape the parameters for the future utilization of our grid and therefore bring it in at a much lower cost.
Representative Warren, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, so when you say we shape it, I did want to pick up there something that was reflected in this bill felt more practical to me in having a an entity that doesn't have a personal stake in a certain outcome being ultimately their benefit as a company. And it does seem problematic that is the status quo here. Do you have any reflection on that or any feeling that, hey, they might have a certain bias here, but we also have strong safeguards and they're the experts in the room? And do you have any kind of thoughts that might challenge my perspective here on what's so interesting to me about this proposal?
Yeah, it's really a great question. And I don't have, to be honest with you, a fully baked proposal for how we should change our approach to IGPs in the state of Maine. It's really too soon to say because I haven't even opened the Versant plan yet. Like, let's give us a chance to learn from the process that has already been undertaken. I'm very interested, for example, in comparing how CMP approached the process with how Versant approached the process and whether we can learn something about that from that in terms of how we should change our approach to the statute in the next iteration of planning. But I also want to be clear that I think these plans that get written up and then published and packaged in a form that you could put on a bookshelf are of limited utility because they are immediately outdated. Immediately. A bill is going to pass, Trump is going to say something about oil, and that is going to change the facts on the ground. And what we need to demand of our utilities is that they're looking forward and they're constantly in real time rethinking how that plan applies to the future that is actually coming to pass. So we need to be asking for that iterative, real time planning where you've thought about all the technologies that are available, thought about all the non-wires alternatives that are available, thought about the rate design and marketing options that are available, and then are pressing forward in that direction, but checking against the reality on the ground at all times to ensure that the decisions about investment that ultimately lie with CMP, to be really clear, CMP and Versant have to decide what they're going to spend their ratepayer dollars on. We should not be telling them specific projects to invest in my opinion, because they are private companies that are having to manage this grid. That is the franchise. That is the model. We don't own those assets, and they should have the risk that what they build is not the right thing and that the PUC might decide they shouldn't get reimbursed in full for it or that they spent too much money on it. That's what prudence review is about. We should not be pre-approving plans flowing from the IGP, whether the CMP creates the plan or whether the PUC or the DOER or frankly the OPA created the plan. The risk should lie with the utility.
Additional questions for public advocate? Seeing none, we thank you so much for your time. I'd like to call up Deirdre Schneider from the PUC. And is Rebecca Schultz still in the room? I'm sure she will give her testimony online if she had to leave. Yes. Friends in the audience saying yes. Thank you. So we look forward to this testimony from the PUC, neither for nor against. Welcome.
Representative Sachs and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Deirdre Schneider, testifying neither for nor against LD 2113 on behalf of the Public Utilities Commission. While the Commission appreciates the spirit of LD 2113 and agrees that better coordination of efforts could lead to better outcomes, we are concerned with how LD 2113 aims to enhance grid planning efforts. Additionally, there are many activities that are currently underway, and until those activities are completed, it is difficult to determine the most appropriate pathway forward to achieve the overall intent of 2113. As mentioned earlier, the two investor-owned utilities recently filed their integrated grid plans. Comments on those plans are due by March 15th, 2026. Following a review of comments received along with the Commission's own review of the IGPs, the Commission will determine if there are any deficiencies that need to be addressed by the utilities. This is the first time this process has been undertaken, and the Commission plans to evaluate how this first-time process went in order to improve the next IGP process, which will begin on or before November 1st, 2027. Also, additionally, following the dismissal of CMP's rate case, the Commission initiated an inquiry in order to receive input and develop Commission guidance with respect to the Commission's preferred approach to multi-year rate plans, including expectations for performance metrics. At the conclusion of this process, the Commission intends to provide guidance that the two investor-owned utilities may use in developing multi-year rate plans that include performance metrics. The goals are to streamline distribution rate cases and establish rate plans that support affordability, ensure reliable service, and promote appropriate investments in the distribution grid. The Commission has engaged the same consultant that produced the performance-based regulation report with recommendations that was submitted to the committee last June to assist in this process, and we anticipate deliberations on this process at the end of February. Specifically, LD 2113 requires the Department of Energy Resources develop a long-range grid plan and requires the Commission to adopt and implement the plan developed by DOER. It further requires subsequent rate cases, capital investment plans, and integrated grid plans to demonstrate consistency with the long-range grid plan. It does not require any evaluation of that long-range grid plan by the Commission. This may be problematic as it requires an independent quasi-judicial entity to implement a plan developed by an executive branch agency without any determination that is within the public interest and/or that it can be accomplished cost-effectively. LD 2113 also requires the Commission to establish performance-based regulatory mechanisms to align incentives with the long-range grid plan. As stated above, the Commission is currently engaged in developing performance metrics to achieve desired outcomes. To some extent, this is duplicative of work currently underway. The Commission looks forward to continuing discussions on LD 2113 with the sponsor and other stakeholders and thinks the overall goals of the bill have merit for further exploration. It may make sense to enable us to work through current proceedings and assess effectiveness before adding additional layers. For example, if the current proceeding to provide guidance for multi-year rate plans is successful, we could develop a process to more routinely provide such guidance to inform rate case filings. I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide additional information for the work session.
Thank you so much. Any questions at this time from Ms. Schneider? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, Ms. Schneider. Where did the November 1st, 2027 number come from? Do you know?
Yeah, so the underlying integrated grid planning statute required us beginning November 1st, 2022, and then every 5 years thereafter to do an integrated grid planning process. So that's statutorily the next date that we would do it.
Do you think the PUC could do an evaluation November 1st, 2026?
Well, I mean, we just got the grid plans now. So we have the 60-day grid plan. We have the 60-day comment period, which is March. So the current plans we just received would be March of this year, the due date. Then we decide if there's deficiencies and we would order the utility to correct those deficiencies. So I think starting that right that quick wouldn't make sense and it wouldn't give time for the evaluation of like, what can we do better next time? Like, are there ways to streamline this process? Are there ways to get input from other people like the OPA and other stakeholders to sort of say, look, you know, how can we make improvements to this process? So I think rushing it might be with opposite, like, let's just take a step
got it.
back and like see how all this plays out.
Thank you. Additional questions at this time? Seeing none, we
Thank
thank you so
you.
much for your testimony. With that, that concludes the hearing for LD 2113. We'll schedule it for a work session. This time we'll take a 5-minute break to reimagine the room, and then we will do a work session for 1949. I don't know what we'll imagine it is, but we will imagine something. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. We better go quickly because we're dropping here like flies. So I wanted to just two housekeeping things before we start our work session on 1949. Just a reminder, friends, this memo we received from Lindsay January 15th with all of the reports. We received everything but the last two. And some of them have bills. So by tomorrow, close of business, please let Lindsay know if you would like any of these folks to come before us and explain their reports. Many of them are quite straightforward, but please let her know so that we can do some scheduling. After that, I will be loath to schedule anybody because we're moving right along. I also want to turn your attention to the draft GEA letters that she had said, that she sent out yesterday. Wanted to check in with folks and just get head nods that they were fine. Rep McIntyre demonstrating what a good head nod looks like. So appreciate that. Any concerns if we send those? Okay. Great. So any other housekeeping things that we needed? Okay. That being said, we will open up the work session for LD 1949, an act regarding energy fairness. Again, this is as much of a check-in on this bill as anything else. I do not anticipate a vote today unless you all really would like to, but I understand we wanted to get the analysis from Lindsay because it was a strike and replace in certain parts. So sort of see what the bill looks like cleaned up. And then we had asked several folks to bring information. And that is what I hope to do, to just level set for this particular bill for this afternoon and then move it to next week as well for more work sessions. But this is just to give you the information that the committee wanted. Okay, so that being said, take it away, Lindsay, for your analysis of 1949.
Excellent. All right, everyone should have a memo from me in front of them. I didn't do traditional bill analysis on this because you've already had a work session or several work sessions on this bill. But I went through the proposed amendment that was distributed by the sponsor, and I figured we can walk through each section. It'll just give you either a refresher on what the section does if it hasn't changed from the version you saw in the last session. And then there are some elements that are new, and I flagged those and we can talk about them. And then I just have one technical note for the committee's consideration. So at the work session on the 15th, the sponsor distributed an amendment for your review. So we'll start out with, and it's divided into parts, which actually does make it easier to go through. So we'll start with Part A. The sponsor presented two language options for the committee's consideration. Both direct the PUC to consider affordability for residential customers. One relates only to public utility rates, and the other relates to the PUC executing all of its duties, powers, and regulatory functions. So if you look at the sponsor's amendment, which was distributed on the 15th, you'll see that there is an option which would amend Section 301 to include that the commission must consider the impact of affordability on residential customers. And then option 2, establishing a new section of law directing them generally in executing their duties, powers, and regulatory functions. And with respect to option 2, the sponsor had flagged some additional language that we'll get to momentarily. Part B of the amendment, this text is identical to the majority report from the special session in the last year. So Part B of the amendment establishes requirements for the Public Utilities Commission rulemaking related to residential customer utility disconnections, including for all public utility rates, the PUC must provide for adequate written notice regarding disconnection and the rights of the customer. For electricity customers, the transmission and distribution utility may not disconnect if the customer provides an attestation that the customer faces financial hardship, the customer has attempted to access an assistance program administered by the state, and the customer or a member of their family has a medical condition or disability that would be adversely impacted by disconnection of electricity services. The PUC rules must limit the transmission and distribution utility to verifying the criteria above, no more than once every 12 months, and establish a process allowing for disconnection, even if those elements are met under exceptional circumstances. Moving on to Part C of the amendment, this makes some changes to the language that you've seen before. So this relates to expenses that may be recovered in rates. And it adds or amends prohibitions on recovering the following expenses in rates. So it prohibits the inclusion of fines and penalties except from that consumer-owned utilities. It amends existing prohibition on expenditures for lobbying or grassroots lobbying. The amendment would prohibit inclusion of costs associated with travel, food, and lodging for officers and board members, and this also accepts consumer-owned utilities. Prohibits inclusion of costs for investor relations, and that also accepts consumer-owned utilities. And then we have new language, and this relates to the recovery of costs. This is in paragraph G. Recovery, this limits to 50% of costs associated with contested rate case proceedings and also accepts consumer-owned utilities. At the last work session, the sponsor commented that this was a simplification of that language. And so I just wanted to give you the language in the original bill prohibited recovery of monthly costs associated with attendance at these proceedings that exceed the average monthly cost incurred by the public advocate in the same proceeding if they participated. So this language, I think, is perhaps a little more straightforward, but that is the only new piece in Part C you haven't seen before. Moving on to Part D of the amendment, this text is identical to the majority report from S1. This directs the PUC to adopt rules to require transmission and distribution utilities to file a quarterly docket with data regarding disconnections for non-payment. And then Parts E and F are new. So Part E requires the PUC to conduct a review of each component of electric delivery rates and charges, to determine, quote, whether changes to the current design and composition of rates are necessary to mitigate recent upward increasing cost trends. The PUC must submit an interim report by January 31st, 2027, and a final report by December 15th, 2027. And then lastly, Part F, and the sponsor had said if the committee elects for option 2 in Part A, you might want to consider this language. This would direct the PUC to consider the development of an affordability metric to be used to assess the overall electric bill energy burden for residential customers of an investor-owned transmission and distribution utility. PUC must submit an interim report no later than January 15th, 2027 on the commission's progress under this section. And then the PUC must submit a final report no later than December 15th, 2027 regarding the development of an affordability metric along with recommendations or draft legislation. The only thing I want to flag for the committee, the way Part F is written, it requires the PUC to consider the development of this metric and then subsequently requires 2 reports on that. Usually if you're directing an entity to consider something, that sort of allows for the possibility that they will consider it and they may decide not to establish the metric. And so I think the committee may want to clarify this. If your intent is to require them to develop the metric and then have them file the 2 reports regarding their progress, that would be one approach. The other would be to keep it as they shall consider and then maybe include language to the effect of if the commission elects not to develop a metric as described in this section, the report must include an explanation as to why. So usually either we tell them to do something and then they come back with a report, or if it's you shall consider this, you may want to make sure the language is clear that there is in fact an option for them not to adopt the metric.
So any questions for Lindsay regarding her memo? Maybe what was new, what was added? Anything like that? Very straightforward. Thank you. Lindsay? And so the committee had asked several folks to provide information for this part of our work session. I will note for the committee that the public advocate had to leave, but had given us a memo that you have in front of you that has answers to the questions that were asked, and one of which was, what do other states do, has given us an appendix of what all 50 states do. I haven't read it yet, but it is there. And they, of course, are willing to come back for another work session once you've had time to absorb the information. So I just wanted to let you know the public advocate was here, unfortunately had to leave. So if you have any questions, please send them to Lindsay or to myself as well. Representative Rente, I'm sorry, you had a question for Lindsay?
I did. It was a real brief one. And it goes to that section regarding recovery of rate case expenses. The bill began with the limitation of the 150% of what the OPA might spend in a particular case. But the amendment that was actually voted on by the Senate didn't remove that altogether. And such, there was what got voted on in the Senate amendment that then came to the House had no clause, no form of rate case expense broadly limited. It still had exclusions, but it didn't have that one piece of it.
Lindsay, I note that the sponsor is nodding behind you. Could we perhaps bring the sponsor up to talk about that section? And so Representative Rente, the question is, and we can certainly start here, is around G. So it's section part C, letter G, which is, please come up, Senator Carney. And your question was that Lindsay had included in her memo the language in the original bill. However, there is a third version of this that was voted in a Senate amendment that was sent to the House and never considered, that had something entirely different. And we invite and are very glad to see the sponsor, Senator Carney, here to talk about that.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Ann Carney, representing Senate District 29. And yes, in the Senate, there was a Senate amendment that removed paragraph G. And then in the strike and replace amendment that I presented to this committee earlier this month, I had included a different version. And I also just wanted to indicate that the Office of the Public Advocate has reworded that paragraph G. And I would, in her memo dated January 21, and I would very wholeheartedly endorse her rewrite of that paragraph.
So at the moment, the one that the sponsor endorses and that you have, that was, and I'm not sure if you have this yet, Representative Rente, I believe it was sent by Sylvia Most last evening, rewrites or amends part G again. And can I just ask a little bit, Senator, around the process, like, is this mirroring language in other states? Is this, where is the, it feels like this is the section that has been tweaked the most. And so wanted to just get your sense of thoughts around that.
So this language was prepared by the Office of the Public Advocate, and I don't know exactly where it came from. And so I know that the public advocate was not able to stay because of other obligations. So I would suggest asking her.
We definitely we'll put this back on work session next week, and that certainly can be one question that we will make sure we ask. Representative Rente, did that answer your question?
Yes.
Great, thank you. All right. So would anybody, since you're here, Representative Warren, do you have a question for the sponsor?
Yeah, maybe. Can I just confirm the version that we're discussing now is the one that we got presented, I think, last week? There isn't some other amendment language that came in yesterday or something. Am I correct about that?
So the sponsor amendment did come in on the 15th of January. We also were referencing in a memo that you should have received in your email from Sylvia Most of the Office of the Public Advocate, probably last evening. That has suggestions for a proposed amendment to Part G that the sponsor is stating she is comfortable with.
Okay, so that's it's just what we got from Sylvia that there's two attachments.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. We do like our amendments here, Senator. I hope you know that. We do that often. So I just wanted to make sure, Representative Warren, was there a question that you'd like to pose now? We will have the public advocate back in to talk about that section next week for our work session since she was unable to stay.
I just wanted to put to everyone if it's relevant, my impression in my talking with the public advocate was there was something problematic in the language that we voted out of the committee, because the way that accounting is done by the public advocate, there might be additional administrative work, or it may be very difficult to feasibly make certain accounting that then would be relevant to the ultimate return that a utility could make. And so my impression is this was a much more straightforward, sort of clean calculation based on information that is already calculated and understood. So it's not making more work for anyone. It's a policy decision. So I don't know if that's the public advocate may have more very different to say, but I found that helpful information, so I thought I'd share it here.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We will certainly note to make sure we invite her to the next work session. Does anybody have any questions or anything you'd like to add, Senator, regarding the bill?
Just one very brief observation. In the language that the Office of the Public Advocate proposed, it does give the commission discretion to alter that recovery to more or less than 50% of the rate case expenses. And so it really vests a lot of discretion in the commission. And I think that that's a significant difference between all of the other versions and then this version.
Makes sense. Was there any other portion of the bill while we have you here? Because I was going to ask you, you're certainly, we can direct questions to you as well, but was there any other information that you wanted to share with us regarding the bill before we continue to invite folks up?
No, just a heartfelt thanks for all of your work on this legislation. And I might have to go back to judiciary in a little bit. So
understood. That's why I
will
wanted
watch later.
Right.
Thank
and
you
we
so much.
certainly will invite you, of course, to the work session next week as well. I appreciate your time as we've run over a wee bit from where we thought we'd be. So thank you. I would like to, clearly we had some questions for the PUC. We had said to them that we would invite their feedback today. And so I wonder if Deirdre Schneider would like to come up and comment on some or all of the bill, whether it's the new parts, the old parts, whatever you'd like.
Thank you, Deirdre Schneider, Maine PUC. I think there was a question because in Part A, there's an option of choice between the one in A1 or the option 2. If the committee wants some thoughts on that, I think we would prefer option 2 over option 1. I think the option 1 could complicate things because the way it's written, it's in context of in determining just and reasonable rates, the commission shall consider affordability. I think it makes that have a different weight than I think from discussions with the sponsor it was intending to do, just more sort of like we should be thinking about affordability when we do it, which we do anyway. So I think A1 captures better I think what I understood her intent was, and I think it also is kind of capturing what we are already doing when we do our work. So that's that piece. I think that would be the preference there. The other thing is in Part F, where we're talking about the affordability metric assessment. We are currently doing that right now. Part of what I spoke about at the public hearing in looking at giving out signals for multi-year rate cases, and we're doing stuff regarding performance-based metrics. We are looking at sort of developing potentially an affordability metric. It at this stage is not sort of what we've talked about in the past when we're talking about metrics, that it's going to be an incentive or a disincentive that's going to be tied to that. Just sort of getting a sense of what that might look like and how it could work. So we're in those infancy stages now. So that I think is a good complement to Part A and something that we are kind of already undertaking. So this isn't necessarily a new duty for the commission, and it's very workable. And then Part E, the comprehensive review of electric rates. I know there was some discussion on that piece and what that meant. It is looking at each component of the rates, and it's not just looking at it in the context of like, oh, the costs are going up and it's this person's fault. How can we maybe do things on our end to better reduce volatility in how we do reconciliations or other processes. So it's looking at our own internal processes on these things, as well as what are the drivers for this. Massachusetts is doing something very similar right now as well. And so that is something that we can undertake, and there has some value in it. Other than that, I don't really have much comments on some of the other pieces, I think, especially with the recovery. I don't know what the language for the OPA looks like, so I don't want to comment on there. So I'll leave it at that unless there's any questions.
And so I would just clarify to Lindsay's point that said currently the legislation says to consider that we could make that more much stronger.
You could say shall develop.
Shall do.
Yeah, I think
Shall,
that,
as opposed to consider.
yeah. And her point's a very good point. And I apologize, sloppy drafting on my part.
No, as always, as always, good collaboration. Questions for the PUC from these initial feedback on the bill? And of course, we'll invite you to next week, if we schedule this for work session, to comment more on the OPA's potential amendment for G. Representative Warren, you have a question for the for PUC?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask on that part A about including affordability as part of just and reasonable rates. I think I recall there being a few variations of legislation in recent sessions. Maybe I'm thinking of the former Senate President Jackson about making certain changes to that section, and that there was something either constitutional that was problematic about it, or it wouldn't necessarily have the impact that we desire. Would you have anything more to say about what you understand to be the likely implication of that? Because it looks attractive in some ways, but I think I'm recalling that there's more to it than that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things at play. I think, there's a long established history of sort of what you're looking at when you're looking at just and reasonable. And then there are also other policies in statute that, sort of climate policies, NEV policies that have costs associated with them that we don't have control. So when you're trying to balance this, like putting in affordability, like when do you draw the line? It's affordable, but you have to recover these other costs. And so it gets trickier when you're putting it in this kind of statutory framework, as well as sort of then I think the question becomes when you're talking about it in context of just and reasonable, what is affordable? Is there going to be a percentage on it? And from talking to the sponsor, the intent was just sort of, we should be thinking about it, but not necessarily in that technical sense. And we thought putting it in this section kind of leads that maybe it is that technical sense, and that wasn't her intent. So in the discussions, the alternative we had given was sort of this more broader thing that's looking at, like, when we're making our decisions, which we already do, is this going to be affordable? Is this a good decision for affordability? And I think once we have that metric developed, I think that'll be a very helpful complement to it. But it does go back to that discussion we had for, I think it was President Jackson's bill. And I could pull up my testimony again because I might be forgetting something at this time, but I do remember having that discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I have one on a different section, if I could.
Yep.
So we haven't talked much about section B, and we have not talked much about section B since some of the changes are made with the portal and the synergy between DHHS and some of these identification of folks who may be eligible for programs. And I just wondered if you had reviewed this, and it's great if you have not for the next work session. I just would like to have some assurances that this part is workable, given some of the changes that have been made in the assistance programs, because there are, right now, my understanding is there is a limit to how many times a customer may appeal for delay, and this would then change it into perpetuity. So there's that piece, just making sure it's operationally feasible, and if there were any problems regarding that. And then also the monthly notices to customers who have unpaid amounts. I don't believe I'm assuming that is something that happens now, but I'm unsure if it happens monthly and what that would mean. And then just to go back a little bit of, this is now, right now we have programs for folks who face financial hardship. We also have programs around identifying if you have a medical need, but then also what proof is needed to access that you have attempted to access. And is there a way that this portal now can help with that? So maybe it's much more operational than we need, but because we're being so prescriptive in this section, I just want to do a pause and a reset. So if you could bring that back for the next work session, that would be very
Okay,
helpful.
so just basically assurances that this is workable as drafted from the
Correct.
perspective. I think, I
With
mean, I
some
do
of the
think because it's
changes.
through rulemaking, there is some flexibility, at least in some of these pieces, to sort of say how are they demonstrating that they have attempted to receive assistance. I think some of those things could work out in ruling, but I'll double check with Derek, who does CAD and knows this stuff back and forwards to
thank
see if
you.
there's anything we're missing. But you are correct that this would theoretically be if somebody qualified, has a medical issue, faces financial hardship, has attempted to find assistance, and they stay in that condition long-term every 12 months, in perpetuity, they would not be required to pay their bill if they can show those things. So that is a shift in the current scheme.
Right. And I just
confirm
want
that.
to, and I'll
Yeah.
confirm with the sponsor at the same time that that's the intent, that it should be in perpetuity. And what would be the, if there's a change in status and then they're X amount in arrears, what does that do to their ability to pay if they have had that extension for X amount of time? Or if they change residences or things. So I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing there. That was my question for the PUC on section B. Any questions, Representative Foster, for the PUC?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Schneider. So just a question. I'm guessing the PUC must take care of this in other ways, but in Part E, basically for the fairness portion here, we're just dealing with T&D, but obviously supply is a big piece of electric bills. I'm wondering if that's taken care of somewhere else by the PUC, so it's not.
In Part E, did you say? Or
Yeah, Part E.
Yeah. So I think part of the reason, obviously supply is a driver of the cost of our bills. And so there is that portion of our bill, the supply has an impact on costs. I think part of our reasoning, other than changing our procurement strategies for standard offer service, which we are looking at, we can't control through our own processes the supply portion of the bill because it's unregulated. And so in looking at sort of the components of the bill, I mean, we could look at that in the context of what is driving volatility. I mean, obviously some of that, we can look at some of those pieces, but there's not anything we can necessarily do internally to change the supply costs because we don't control, it's a market-based function. And so I think that's why it wasn't included in here specifically for us to be looking at ways that we can improve it. I think like I said, other than sort of our procurement of standard offer service, that's the one area where we could potentially help with the supply costs if we make the right call in how we procure.
Yeah, and I know that report was delivered to us on 1/2/26 of your standard offer service procurement methods from a bill that we reported out.
And I think I emailed it on December
You
30th,
did.
2025.
You did. So I just want to note for the committee that report is for you to take a look at. I was just told that I forget nothing, and that might be a real detriment to this committee. Any other questions for the PUC? Which is not true. Thank you very much for being here. I seem to remember that we asked a representative from the Maine Conservation Voters if they would like to come up as well to give us any feedback on the bill. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Nick Jansen. I'm the Director of Policy and Partnerships at Maine Conservation Voters. I believe we were asked similar questions to that of the public advocate. We do support subpart G of Part C as it's currently drafted in the bill. The public advocate drafted that language, we weren't involved with that, but we do support it. I'm just seeing the proposed amendment to that part here. We would support that as well. I think in our view, this is a fair compromise from last session where, as you heard, we started off with all of the rate case expenses being prohibited from being passed on into rates. Then that was amended out entirely. This seems to strike a fair balance between the two approaches. Other states do put limitations on passing on rate case expenses. Maine would not be the only one. Maine has done it in the past. It's not contrary to law in the slightest. I've seen that same appendix of reviewing how other states approach this issue. I could speak broadly to that. The last thing we would say is, I believe Representative Runte kind of asked about a cost benefit analysis here. I have not seen an analysis that really breaks down what the actual savings to ratepayers would be from something like this. And I think I would just add that, this is not a silver bullet, but it's part, along with the other provisions of this bill and along with other work that needs to be done to begin to constrain rates and to provide some relief to ratepayers. And so while this specific provision may not kind of be a one all be all solution, we do feel like it's an important step along with the other provisions of this bill.
Thank you very much. I will just look to this side. Any other questions for our friends from Maine Conservation Voters or anyone online? We appreciate you being here, and I think the appendix probably answered many of the questions that we had.
Thank you.
I just want to ask if there's anybody left in the audience who would like to come up and give us additional information, because we did provide that opportunity to folks saying, here's this new amendment, and you were welcome to email us or call us or show up today. Again, we do invite that feedback. We will be putting this on the docket again next week, just so we have the entrance of or the ability to be transparent and make sure everybody's thoughts are heard. So does anybody else want to come forward? Committee, Mr. Cody? For those who don't know, let me introduce Mr. Cody from Versant. Welcome. Thanks for being here with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for another opportunity to address the committee this afternoon. Just wanted to bring up, we kind of continue to examine and look at this language. I just wanted to bring your attention to one concern that we had, which is in Part C, Section C, under expenditures for lobbying or grassroots lobbying. Wanted to make a note. So first of all, Versant already does not recover or seek to recover lobbying expenses, and previous legislatures have worked on that. The way that we read this language is that if an employee of a public utility spends any portion of their time lobbying, which is the lobbying, I mean, we all know what the definition is, but it is the act of encouraging or advocating for you and others to make decisions to accommodate various considerations. So somebody coming in, say Dave Norman, who came in for you last week and spent time encouraging you to look at various ways in regarding plug-in solar, this language would disincentivize us from bringing in folks with the know-how, because this would, I believe, eliminate the ability to recover any of his compensation should he spend any time lobbying. So just wanted to flag that it would disincentive, it de-incentivizes the utilities and potentially others from bringing forward knowledge and experience that otherwise the committee wouldn't have. And we just wanted to flag that.
Questions for Mr. Cody? Had that been flagged in your original testimony, sir?
I'd have to go back and look.
I'm going to look back as well. So I just didn't know if you had. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Cody at this time? No? Thank you. Appreciate that. If you don't mind, Mr. Cody, sending just an email to the committee for those who were unable to be here this afternoon, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Any other folks who'd like to come before? Again, we encourage you to email for those in our fast watching public. Please feel free to email the committee as we continue to work on this bill. Committee, any other questions before we end the work session on LD 1949? Lindsay, anything I've forgotten for 1949? That being said, we'll end the work session on LD 1949 with my thanks. And my thanks to the committee for excellent work, 7 public hearings and 2 work sessions, plus lots of other things. You're my favorites. We are adjourned until next week.